The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
I'm your girl, the plainest Jane, and let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. What up and welcome back. It's your girl Jane, the plainest Jane, and baby, it's sticky out in these streets. We got some syrup to get into. Not only is it sticky, it's wet, it's moist, it's yellow. What is going on in these streets today? Baby, when I tell you social media in general, but especially Black Twitter has been on fire, I mean that in every sense of the word, okay? We'd have been hooting and hollering over Caresha, aka Young Miami's fetish, all got tag on day. Come on in, hit thumbs up on the video, okay? Happy Friday to you. Have a seat. Find your seat on the bus. Y'all already know where y'all at. Y'all are on my bus. And it's free to ride. But if y'all feel like I'm doing a good job, you know, instead of hitting thumbs up, you can send $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 to the Caresha, okay? Somebody had sent me a $499 Cash App the other night, but they told me they did it by mistake. So I sent it back because they meant to send $499. But if you do want to be a $500 blessing, baby, just go ahead and send it. Okay? Go ahead and send it over. Come on in, have a seat. Here's the question of the day. Okay? You know, I got the girls out and everything. I'm working for you all, giving you substance, you know, talking about celebrity news, Black news, what's going on, what new panoramas, pandemics might bust out. We got a good show in store for y'all this evening. I hope that you have had an amazing week, and I hope as you make your way into the weekend that you're able to decompress a little bit, whether it's this show and I help you sit back and relax, or whatever it is that you need to do. All right. So here's the question of the day, and this is an honest question. If you are a channel member, you already know what time it is. Okay. You know, us Black folk, right? We have a bingo card when it comes to the bogusness and the ghetto-ness that transpires with celebrities in real life, right? Or just stuff that really does go viral and it sticks. Like, we can't forget it. We can't forget it, okay? And so the question of the day is, will P. Diddy and Caresha take the spot of the MLK statue on this year's bingo card? See, because I had predetermined this. We talked about this on the 5 o'clock ride yesterday, backstage for the members only. That's a series that's only backstage, at least for now. But I feel like it'll be good just to keep it on members only. We talked about this on the members only. I said we still got about like 10 or so days to go. Something else could possibly take the cake. But I felt like the MLK statue really took the place for January in crazy and or viral events that should have never happened. Okay. But I don't know. It seems like I might have to go back and revise this thing, because is P. Diddy going to take the spot? Is P. Diddy going to take the spot? And yes, when I say P. Diddy, I mean P-E-E Diddy, not just the letter. Okay. You let me know in the chat what is really going to take the cake. Okay. What's really going to take the cake as it pertains to January on the bingo card? Will it be the MLK statue, or will it be P. Diddy? What will take the cake? I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. Okay, the MLK statue or P. Diddy and Caresha's nasty ass. Let me know what you think. We're going to go ahead and we put the poll up in the chat. Sometimes I have you put one or two or a number, but I'm going to put the poll in the chat. Okay? Some people think it's going to be Caresha. Hey, Admis Love Zone. I am going to respond to you. I did see what you sent me, and that song has been stuck in my head all day, believe it or not, especially as I was getting ready today. It's a good song. So, yes, I am going to respond to you. I just haven't gotten a chance, okay? Make sure y'all vote in the chat. It looks like 47% of people are saying, 42% of people are saying it's going to be the MLK statue effery, and 58% are saying it's going to be P. Diddy. We're going to leave this poll up for a while. Oh, it seems like P. Diddy's in the lead now. 65% versus 35%. Okay, I just want to know how y'all feel about it. Okay? How do y'all feel about this? Listen. Will P. Diddy and Caresha take the spot of the MLK statue on this year's bingo card for this month? Okay? Find out on tomorrow's episode of As the Ghetto Turns, because it's ghetto. We thought 2022 was a lot. We thought we had enough. You know, my bingo card was wore out by the end of the year last year. By the time Romeo and Master P were beefing in public on social media, I said, oh my goodness, this definitely wasn't on my bingo card. I just can't imagine. My bingo card was wore out, okay? And y'all know I take notes each day about what's going on. We were talking about the plans for the different series on the 5 o'clock ride yesterday, backstage on the members only. So I want to know what y'all think, okay? Find out on tomorrow's episode of As the Ghetto Turns. We will see how long social media is holding on and talking about, okay, P. Diddy and Caresha's love for golden showers. How long will it last, and will I have to edit this here bingo card? Any and all thoughts, leave them down below. But look, like I said, we have a really good show, okay? Caresha is Diddy's toilet. You heard what I said. It's the truth. I'm going to tell you my thoughts, and I'm even going to open up the phone lines because I really want to hear what you all say about it. So I'm going to do something different today. I'm going to open up the phone lines before I go through all the topics to really hear what y'all got to say. I really want to hear y'all sound off about Caresha and Diddy and what you think about that situation. So it's going to be a good show. We're talking about P. Diddy. We're talking about Porta Potty Caresha. We're talking about Young Thug pushing P in the courtroom. It's not smart. These YSL members, they really ain't got it. Another YSL's family members, a YSL member's mom got arrested for trying to smuggle something into the jail. Okay. Wendy Williams' money is back in the news thanks to a certain somebody. Okay. Blonde people being racist. What are we doing? Turkey Leg Hut is back in the news. Okay. And I do have a response from Turkey Hut pertaining to why they're back in the news again. Turkey Leg Hut, baby, and so much more that we're gonna get into. So when I tell you to hit thumbs up, baby, I mean it. Okay, Leo's acting a fool. I need to go ahead and pay him. Leo, come on, get your little payment. Because you're not about to disrupt this show. I'm gonna give you this payment, and if you make too much noise, I'm putting you out. See, because you did this on a 5 o'clock ride yesterday, backstage for the members only. You're not gonna do this for this show. The show is too important. Okay, let's go. Go ahead and get you your money. Y'all see. Okay, Big Drip, you got to do it in front of people. Y'all see Big Drip. He got on his gold chain today. See, he didn't have on the silver chain for the last week. I told y'all he got a silver and a gold chain. Somebody sent the Cash App that was specifically for Leo. They said buy him something nice. I said, well, I'm gonna go get my man's a Cuban link. Okay, so we got a silver and we got a gold. Big Drip up here doing his thing. Oh, sassy butt. All right. Paid you 3 things. And I know you're going to be begging to get out of here in 10 minutes or less. So go on, get down. Get down, buddy. Come on, we got a show to do. We're right in the beginning. Get down. All right now. And we about to pull the bus off. Buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be a funny ride. It's going to be a good ride. Black Twitter was definitely twittering today. And so we are going to continue and do what needs to be done. Okay? We're going to do what needs to be done today. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the channel members. Channel members, don't forget to use your special emojis, okay? Use your special emojis that you have access to if you are a channel member. And don't forget to vote on the poll who is going to win for the January portion of this year's bingo card. This year's already starting off. 2023 said, hold my beer. You thought 2022 was crazy? Hit thumbs up, have a seat on the bus. Shout out to everybody in the live chat on the bus. If you are not on the live chat, that means you're chasing the bus and you're watching the replay. And that's perfectly fine. Just make sure you hit thumbs up or you leave a comment down below. There's always an option to support and be a blessing and give a cash app as well. So let's get ready for takeoff and get started with these topics, shall we?
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
All right, so y'all know y'all are aboard the Black News Bus. And what the Black News Bus is, it's a social media stroll where we cover topics inside of the celebrity world, but we also talk about regular Black news and stuff that affects everyday people like you and me. And you know I've always got some nuggets of Black excellence and or history tucked up in there. So you're aboard the bus, respect the bus. Pay your fare by hitting thumbs up. And real quick, I hope that your mental health is okay. You know, I don't ever pull off my bus without mentioning mental health. If you haven't addressed your invisible problems, my invisible problem right now is Leo, but because he's meowing to get out of here, whatever your invisible problem is, make sure you address those. Your household, whatever's been plaguing you mentally, make sure you address those things before you get to dibbling and dabbling into this bus. I'll check in with you later. Click off of here and handle your business. If not, let's continue to ride, okay? Shout out to the new subscribers. I just want to say thank y'all. And of course, before I get into breaking down today's topics and viral events, make sure you subscribe and thumbs up or down. Either way, I appreciate it. But don't forget to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. Leo won't let me be great. He won't let me be great. Let me go ahead and put this cat out of the room because I know you're lying. Now, let's spend a little bit of time with our ancestors, or at least listening to them, because you know they always tell us you don't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. So let's get into a little bit of Black history with this Black History moment.
They got me in the system. Why they gotta do me like that?
Got love for y'all, which I don't love. Just about the feeling.
Get down. Say it louder. Now that I've evicted the cat and we can get some peace, we can get through the show. Is everybody with me? Drop your pancakes in the chat, okay? And let's get ready to pull this thing off for real. Okay, we got to start with PP Diddy. We're going to call him PP Diddy because, baby, he is not PP Diddy. Not PP Diddy. So here I am minding my business, sitting up at my desk, okay, at 8:30 in the morning at work, all right? And I log on and I see, and if you check the community tab, shout out to you. You want to make sure you check the community tab frequently. If you haven't already checked the community tab, just go ahead and slide this video down and keep watching and go on head over to the community tab, okay? I log on to Twitter and P. Diddy is trending. P. Diddy, P-E-E Diddy is trending. I said, this is different, you know, because, you know, Diddy been peeing on Caresha. That's suspicious. I mean, and she liked it, which also had R. Kelly trending too, because, you know, Black Twitter was Black Twittering. And make sure you share this live. Share it on Twitter via text message, your group chat, Instagram, DM it to somebody. Okay. What's baby? I said I'm worn out first thing in the morning. I was a little groggy. I was a little tired, slightly sluggish, but the jokes off of PP Diddy, baby, it woke me up right away. Right away. Because I said, what's going on that's got Twitter going off that early? It's not even 9 o'clock. That's weird. It's suspicious. I said, well, I don't understand. So, Caresha has doubled down and she's embraced this PP stuff. All right. She thinks it's cute, and whether it's allowed or not, okay, because there's a lot going on. We went from not too long ago, was it a month ago or a couple weeks ago? Glorilla sat on, I think it was the Lip Service podcast. She sat there and she said that she likes for her man to nut on her fries. Yeah. This is what the ladies are doing nowadays in the entertainment industry. And my question, I'm getting ahead of myself. I got some questions. First, let's finish telling the goddamn. My friend says it's a warm feeling. I'm sure it is a warm feeling. Oh, it's probably more than warm. I'm sure it's hot and a steamy feeling. Lord have mercy. Okay. So Caresha done doubled down on this. Type in the chat, double down. This is nasty, but I'm sorry. It had me cracking up all day. It's not my thing. It's obviously a kink, right? But here's what Caresha said as she doubled down. Double down. Put double down in the chat. Somebody type double down in the chat. She done doubled down. Okay? On this mess. Double down. Okay? Caresha done posted. I went to her Instagram. I went to Young Miami's Instagram talking about we like golden showers. Ma'am, you serious right now? Happy effort Friday. It's time to get drunk. Oh, it's cute. Whether you lying or not, you think it's cute. People are going to say anything to go viral, but at what expense? At the expense of your dignity? I can understand exaggerating a couple of things for the sake of capitalizing off of a moment to go viral so that you can get views to your podcast channel, whatever it is that you do. Caresha clearly has a show, right? And she admitted this when she was sitting with Trina, interviewing her. But I said, not being pissy. So R. Kelly was, not to say rightfully so, but there were lots of jokes about R. Kelly being upset. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. All types of jokes. I said, P. Diddy's trending. R. Kelly is trending. What's going on? When I tell you, Black Twitter has been hooting and hollering all day. I mean it. Since 8 o'clock this morning. And for some people, it was earlier than that. Because I think this interview with Trina where Young Miami admitted, yeah, I like golden showers. Came out last night around 10 o'clock. My old lady ass was asleep. I know that I can't necessarily hang all the time like that. I'm hanging with y'all this evening because I got a show to do and I got to feed y'all the syrup. I've got to feed y'all the content because y'all feed me the what? The likes on the video because have you hit the button yet? 85 likes, 190 people here. The math isn't mathing. Hello, can you feed me a like or feed me $3 on Cash App? I mean, what's going to give? What's going to give? But I said, listen, let me do this. Okay, Miss, we love golden showers and it's on Friday, so I'm going to celebrate it. But I also went to her, I'm going through her Instagram stories. And she had reposted somebody who posted, all of the stuff that Trina talked about in that interview, from motherhood to grieving to this. Y'all picked up on the P. Y'all going to run with the P. Yes, we're going to pick up on the P, and that's going to stick out more than anything. I know you're not playing victim and advertising it and blasting it to the masses at the same time. Pick a side. I'm going to need you to pick one. That's what I need from you, Miss Porta Potty. So let me ask you this question, little Miss Porta Potty. Okay? City Girls down 500 points, 1,000 points. So this is worth 1,000 points. Okay, especially the people defending it and whatnot. Shout out to Quasia, said TPJ and Leo and the stickiest of stickies. What's up? Thank you so much, Quasia. I appreciate that. So Here's my thing about this. Here's my question to you, little Miss Porter Potty. This is my question in general to any celebrity that overshares to social media and then gets upset at the outcome and the people sharing their opinions. Do you think that when you share stuff on social media, people are, and when you're an adult, I can see maybe if something about a child comes out and you kind of tell social media, chill on that child, but you're a whole adult. And Caresha knows she be doing and saying stuff to go viral and run the views up of her platform. This is working to her advantage in one way or another. It's all about the clout and the visibility. And nowadays, outrage is social currency. This has outraged a lot of people, has it not? It's social currency for her. So even for the people that don't like her, even for the people that want the full context of what she said, it's still benefiting her sometimes. Outside of the social currency aspect of it, a lot of people are still going to go listen to her podcast, run the views up, and create more relevancy for her, even if the relevancy equals or comes at the expense of outrage. But here is my question. Little Miss Porter Potty. Miss Porter Potty. Because you definitely pee Diddy's toilet. So, little Miss Porter Potty, what happened? And this is not only directed towards little Miss Porter Potty, because see, I was rooting for Caresha at first. A lot of people feel like, oh, you with Diddy, you looking stupid. She getting $500,000 a month to play her part, and that's a sugar daddy. And I just don't feel like Diddy's the only person that she's messing with. I feel like it's beneficial. It's a trade-off between what Diddy gets out of this union and what she gets out of this union. Diddy gets to dig into a younger demographic. Most of the people who are hardcore fans and who have been there from day one or the beginning or the middle of Diddy's career are old, just like Diddy, 50-ish, 40-ish, right? And then Diddy gets to tap into Caresha's fan base. And then with Caresha, she gets Diddy to buy awards for her, because it's no reason that her podcast with 6 episodes should have won an award, but Diddy bought that, brings her to relevancy, puts her on Revolt TV. It's mutually beneficial for them, okay? So I was rooting for her at first, and I'll have conversations about sexual economics all the time. And that's kind of what I see within Caresha and Lori Harvey, but Nick Cannon kind of doesn't get the same treatment because of, the difference and, how genders just aren't treated the same, right? But my question for Little Miss Porter Potty, and do me a favor, type Little Miss Porter Potty in the chat. Can somebody type in Little Miss Porter Potty in the chat? Because that's who I'm mostly directing this to, but all celebrities, Glorilla included. I like my man to nut on my fries. Miss Mama's what? What happened to secrets? There's a lot of people who do things that aren't, somebody said 40's not old, Jane. In the context of a 24 or a 28-year-old, it's of a particular age. It's older. So, we don't have to play semantics. We don't have to be literal, but 40 is not 25. 40 is not 28. It's definitely not your prime, typically, when it comes to a musician, especially Diddy. So what happened to secrets? And also, what happened to shame? Are you not ashamed? Do you not want to keep any secrets for yourself? Did we need to know that is the question. Sometimes it's okay not to talk. Sometimes it's okay not to share. And if you ask a music executive if 40 years old, it is, when it comes to them being able to bank on you and your availability and your looks and your flexibility and your health and so on and so forth. So in the entertainment industry, and especially the music industry, 40 is a little bit old, unless you got something different or unless you have 2 or so decades of experience behind you. But that's a whole nother conversation. What happened to shame? What happened to secrets? Why couldn't you have kept this to yourself? It's given Dubai. Celebrities done thrown secrets and shame out of the window. And honestly, I pray, I say, dear Lord, Father Jesus Christ, can you ask the celebrities to spin a block and bust a U-turn and go and pick them back up? Because y'all are oversharing. It's nothing wrong with having a few transparent, moments of transparency. where you create moments of relatability for your audience and your fans. But there is a such thing as sharing too much. And this is one of the things that we never should have known. We never should have known. What happened to secrets and shame? This is where I look. I'm going to do a whole video on social media and the start of reality TV and all that other stuff. We are in this day and age where attention has clouded people's judgment. And people equate shame or visibility or relevancy or whatever the case is to, they start to think that shame is fame. They think that getting the attention and getting visibility and the shame that comes with that, they don't keep that in mind. And so people are laughing at you and not with you. And they think that that visibility is fame, but it's not, it's shame. And somewhere the lines got blurred between, and in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, it started with Jerry Springer. It started with that ratchet era of, because white people can be ratchet too, just like white people can be ghetto, okay? The Kardashians are ghetto, they're hoes, right? It started with that talk show era phase where they were trying to, it wasn't called reality TV yet. It was called Jerry Springer. And Jerry Springer got people who were just excited to be on TV for nothing more than being flown out and staying in a cheap hotel at $500 to embarrass themselves, to embarrass their families, their loved ones, and their kids for $500. But they were starstruck at the thought of being on television, and they thought that that was fame, and really it's shame. What happened to shame? You should be ashamed of coming on with this trailer park trash, this low vibrational energy storyline. Your business is not everybody's business. And just because you're on the news or the television in any capacity does not mean it's good. Clout wasn't a word back in the day, but hey, that's a lot of what people were drunk off back then, because we didn't have social media yet. You know, but nonetheless, child, let's move on. P. Diddy. P. Diddy. And that's why I titled the video, you know, P. Diddy he done R. Kelly'd on Caresha, and she loves it. You know? Because, girl, you could have kept that to yourself. I had somebody come on the community tab and say, you know, it's called a kink. Men and women have a kink. You need to Google what a kink is, because I posted this earlier this morning. You need to Google what a kink is. Men and women both have kinks. Stop trying to dehumanize people. No, I need you to, first of all, grow the hell up. I know what a kink is, and something's wrong with you. The fact that you think that all of us adult asses don't understand. You know what else is a kink? People getting shit on. That's a kink too. And I still find it nasty. And I'm sharing my opinion about it because she shared it in the public in front of everyone. And I personally find it to be gross. I'm not dehumanizing her. It doesn't affect me, her getting peed on in the bedroom. That doesn't affect me. But I have an opinion and I do commentary. And so I'm going to call it nasty. And that was kind of Caresha's goal. She's trending. P. Diddy, P. Diddy is trending. All that is trending. And that's what she wanted. Anybody trying to dehumanize her, stop. If there's anything dehumanizing, it's really being peed on. So I need you to just keep all that to yourself. I need to go Google what a kink is. Stop. So, you know, people are strange. People are strange. Someone says shame doesn't exist anymore. That's why teenagers get gender reveal parties and baby showers. And when you bring it to the public, expect scrutiny. And when it comes to sharing intimate things in your bedroom as a celebrity and as a city girl, understand that people are always going to react or have a reaction to that. That's not dehumanizing. My opinion is that sharing that is a bit dehumanizing. But you're going to call my reaction dehumanizing? I don't think so. I need you to go back to the drawing board and try to extract a little bit of common sense from the chalk. Because I don't know what you're missing, but there's something, if not a couple things, that you're certainly missing. Okay? Melanie Queen sends a $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much. It says, P. Diddy tried to drop the P and go with Diddy. As you can see, no matter how you try, it all comes back back to P. Much love, sis. God bless and take care. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. He did try to drop the P. And you know what? That's ironic. Oh, if I had that in my ear, I probably would have titled the video different. P. Diddy tried to drop the P, but he dropped the P on Caresha. Baby. Tried to drop the P. I am done. Admis Love Zone sent a $99.99 super chat. Great job. I'm always your man by Admis Love Zone is out. Yes. First of all, thank you for that extremely generous super chat. I appreciate that. And yes, Admis Love Zone has a channel and he has a song that's out. I'm your man, I'm your man, I'm your man, I'm your man, I'm your man. Anyway, I'm not a singer. He's a singer. And it's an amazing song. So we'll talk behind the scenes. And yeah, great song. Go support him. It's on all streaming platforms. It's definitely dope. Check him out. Check out his song and check out his channel. He also reports heavily on the R. Kelly stuff, even more than me. Okay. I know not a lot of y'all look for me and to me for a lot of, cohesive and comprehensive R. Kelly info, but Admis be having a lot of stuff over there too. So you definitely want to check out his channel and his music. Okay. What else we got going on? So let's get into a little bit of celebrities don't have toilets anymore. The celebrities' toilets are their girlfriends, apparently, for some of them, baby. It's just too much. They're oversharing, and that gets kind of annoying. We see why Beyoncé does not use social media, because it's a fool. It's a fool, and it's a complete and absolute mess. Let's go. Not the tweet. It can't possibly be that my tweet got deleted. Hold on. What happened with my tweet? Did my page get suspended? I know my page. Okay, I was about to say. Okay, so let's get into a couple of Black Twitter jokes about Caresha and PP Diddy, okay, aka Lil Miss Porta Potty and PP Diddy, okay, and then we're gonna move on. Okay, there was so many jokes. Just go to Twitter and type in P Diddy, P-E-E Diddy. You will see so many jokes, and I promise you, you're gonna be in shambles. They're gonna say this is Young Miami and P Diddy. Child. Please. When I tell you Black Twitter was a fool all day today, I lie to you not. You hear me? I said I can definitely see, because you know how P Diddy like to capitalize off of everything. Y'all remember Making the Band and how he treated them? He was a little male Tyra Banks. He liked to capitalize on everything. I said P Diddy is sitting somewhere rubbing his hands together like Birdman, trying to figure out how he can capitalize off of these jokes. I can see P Diddy trademarking PP Diddy. I can see that. Yeah. I check Twitter all day today. I'm telling you, the jokes were joking. Look. The jokes were joking. Do you hear me?
Wait, you somebody ankle bracing me.
The jokes were joking, okay? They said this is Young Miami leaving P Diddy house with his urine sample that he made for her own. Baby. Real happy. Please, I just, Black, when I'm talking 8 a.m, Black Twitter's going off. I mean, they are going off. And if you don't follow me on Twitter, baby, you're missing out. You're missing out, okay? I'm not going to put all the jokes up here, but there are a lot of jokes that all of us were telling on Black Twitter. Y'all know I sit on the board. I'm a part of the delegation of Black Twitter, okay? I'm funny as hell. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say I'm funny as hell, and especially on Twitter. The jokes were joking today, okay? I just... They say, Young Miami, I like being peed on. I like golden showers. Everyone else. Damn. What? It was a lot. It was a lot. There was a lot that was being that was going on. Okay. And we was getting it in. This is what woke me up today. You see the look on my face? This is what got me up. I thought I was going to be sleepy until 12. You ever got to work and still be in like autopilot mode? You know, you still just like not woke. You sitting on your desk just in auto. Baby, I thought it was going to be one of them days. But when I got to them jokes on Black Twitter, I said, oh my God. It woke me up right away. Okay. It woke me up right away. So this is the part where things get a little bit worse. Okay. Princess, what she say? I got on Twitter early this morning and I see I be missing a lot. Yeah, you need to follow me, okay? If you want to know what's going on Black Twitter, especially Monday through Friday, not to say I don't be present on Twitter on the weekend, but especially Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, baby, I'm always tapped in, finger always on the pulse. I be seeing stories on the blogs 5 hours later, day, 1-2 days later, and I'm like, I've been talked about that. Sometimes I've been covered them. Nonetheless, this is the part, this is the icing on the cake, or rather the cap on the urine sample, child, because somebody chimed into the conversation and they asking a question about this pee. And the question about this pee was so vividly inquisitive that it made me wonder. Let's take a look. And then when you see who's asking the question, baby, it's going to send you for a whole nother loop. Okay. So look at what old girl said. Summer Walker says, I have genuine questions about this. No judgment. Like, do you require a certain level of water intake before this, or it doesn't matter? I'm saying, is it that clear, odorless pee, or that stinking dark yellow Hennessy infused Perk 30 black and mild hot wing piss? I'm saying, is it that clear, odorless pee, or is it that stinking dark yellow Hennessy infused Perk 30 black and mild hot wing? Summer girl, that's just a little too specific. You know, don't get me wrong. It was funny. I came increasingly unglued. I was falling apart, baby, with every word. The more I kept reading, the more I was falling apart. Tears were in my eyes by the time I got to the end of reading it, because I couldn't believe just like how descriptive it was. And it was giving personal experience for me. It was giving like, how you know all these different ingredients? Stinking dark yellow Hennessy infused Perk 30 black and mild hot wing. And you know, people be wondering about Summer Walker and if she got a little older to herself as well. You know, so it's just like, is it you? You know, because Summer Walker have been questionable a lot. Y'all remember she was feeding that baby cherry stems and blended mushrooms, and everybody was concerned because she was proudly talking about that, you know, and feeding her child two slices of a pear a day, and talking about it's just 15 cents, you know, or 30 cents to feed a baby a day, you know, if you just feed them air and cherry stems, or two, you know, so baby.
Why?
you know, because that question was very specific. It sounded a little personal to me. You know what I mean? And so I should have been went to the bush based off of all this PP talk. But we definitely gonna go to the bush now because I'm.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
So, Summer Walker girl, I mean, I get you trying to understand, if, I mean, all piss belongs in the toilet. Okay? I don't care if it's strong, not strong, clear, not clear, baby. It all belongs in the toilet, according to me. Look, if that's your cake and that's your thing, okay. My opinion is that's gross. And if you're going to let the pee hit you, you might as well let the poop hit you. I mean, you might as well get your 2 girls, 1 cup on, you know? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Somebody put a 3 in the chat if you remember 2 girls, 1 cup, for the 4 in the chat if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. This thing came out around 2000, at least I found out about it around like 2008, 2009. Put a 3 in the chat if you remember what 2 girls, 1 cup is. Put a 4 in the chat if you have no clue what I'm talking about. Okay? So, okay, girl. Summer Walker got questions because she just want to know. I guess maybe she wants to know if her man needs to be on a diet before she tries it too. That's what it's. Yeah, that's what it's given. Yes, Joe did come out and say that, but then he turned around and denied it. Oh, it's some people that don't know what it is in the chat. Trigger warning: when you go searching what 2 girls, 1 cup is on the internet and in general. Don't be eating and don't be drinking nothing when you look. That's all I'll say. Okay. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Troll Farm Buggy sent the $2 super chat and said, "Child, Summer Walker sounds like a pro taste, not a professional taste tester." Bye. But she do though. That is kind of what it's given. So maybe she want to try it. You know, I don't know. Okay. So that's that. Okay. Let me make sure I'm checking the Discord to make sure I'm not missing any other super chats. Okay. All right. So yeah, I think I caught the super chat. So here's the thing about P. Diddy, should I say? And P. Diddy, okay, it's given Dubai for $10,000. Tease just nasty. That's exactly what it's given. Okay. So, here's what's going on today. I'm at work, I usually start trying to get my show together, taking notes for my show to bring you all the show. I start planning my days very, very, very early. Oh, Virgo child, you didn't know what it is, but you just looked. I told you. It's gross. 2 girls, 1 cup is disgusting. If you want to look at something funny relative to 2 girls, 1 cup, check out the reactions to 2 girls, 1 cup that you can find on YouTube, especially people tricking their grandmothers and shit like that. Those are actually really funny. But speaking of 2 girls, 1 cup, I'm busy minding my business, trying to be diligent and get my show together for y'all because I love y'all so much. And I know that y'all love me so much that y'all hit thumbs up on the video. Okay. Almost 300 people in the chat. We got 158 thumbs up. The math is not mathing. And I need somebody to either hit thumbs up or send me $3 on Cash App, one or the other. I'm fine with either one. Okay. So, I'm busy sitting here. Oh, I see somebody sent me a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Latoya. Cash App. And so I'm busy minding my business at work, getting the show together. Okay. Getting the show together. And I'm writing down my notes and I got P. Diddy at the top of my page. I'm taking notes. P. Diddy's at the top of my list and my boss done walked past and seen it. Baby, I was so like embarrassed. You know what I mean? I was also scared because I was like, I'm about to get pulled in the office about P. Diddy. And if I get fired, I'm definitely suing P. Diddy and Caresha because it's not my fault. It's theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like it's certainly not my fault. And I'm just like, I quite literally wrote, Caresha likes golden showers equals P. Diddy, but P. Diddy was very big. Like P.E.E. Diddy, it was big. And I'm like, oh my God, I feel the need to go in his office and shut the door and explain, but that might make it worse. Because if I go in there and I explain what is going on with P. Diddy at this job, you know what I'm saying? This might really be worse than him seeing what he saw on the paper. Okay. So I'm like, I'm about to get fired today over P. Diddy because my boss has seen me writing about P. Diddy at work. And I was definitely prepared to file my lawsuit. I had already contacted my lawyer when I had went on lunch. I went to the bathroom, actually. I stepped to the bathroom and I called my lawyer and I said, lawyer, we might have a wrongful termination case based off of discrimination and him reading I called it my diary. I mean, it's my diary, and he shouldn't have read my diary. And he said, you know what, we got a case. And he drafted up some documents just in case something happened. You got to use the right words. I said, this is my diary. Why was he reading my personal stuff if he want to fire me anyway? And it's given discrimination too. It's given discrimination. And so, I was being prepared for the worst. And he said, we can sue for like 22 million because it's Diddy and Caresha. And I felt like we could have sued for more. You never get what you ask for. You shoot for the sky and you might get the top of a tree. You know what I mean? So I felt like, okay, well, if I sue for 20 million, 22 million, I might get 17,000 or something like that, And honestly, I would be satisfied with that, They told me in the Discord, they was like, but you'll still be able to do YouTube full time. I said, you're right. So that's what I did. And it was pretty crazy today because I can't believe I was really contemplating going in there and explaining why I even wrote P. Diddy down. But I definitely felt like it would make things worse. So I said, no, just wait and see if he sends you home early or something like that. Because if I got sent home early, I'm like, that's fine because it's Friday anyway. Go ahead and start my weekend early. But yeah, if he wanted to fire me over P. Diddy notes that was in my diary that he had no business looking over my shoulder reading anyway, then I'm ready to go to court because I have rights too, and this is America. Okay. So I just wanted to keep y'all in the know. If y'all see me next week during the day on live, just know I got fired because of P. Diddy. And, this is where we're at. I wanted to keep y'all updated about, about my life and stuff like that and my livelihood, because I know y'all care. I know that y'all care about me and what I got going on. I know that y'all think that I'm halfway important, at least halfway important. You know what I mean? So yeah, P. Diddy and Caresha and them almost got me fired. That's that update. You know what I'm saying? So this, because there was a trip. There was a trip all day today on these social medias. Okay. Real bad. And so they definitely kept me going. The entertainment, there was no shortage of entertainment on Black Twitter today in any capacity, in any way, shape, or form. Okay. So somebody said the $100 cash app and said, just in case, sis, thank you so much, Dream Out Loud, for the $100. And I appreciate you looking out for my potential unemployment fund because I'm writing P. Diddy in my diary. You know what I'm saying? And I'm at risk because I wanted to bring y'all some news when I had got off of work. You know what I mean? This is a serious situation. It's not a game. You know what I mean? So, I'm grateful that y'all care. Yeah. So, I was concerned. There was people throwing up their prayer hands on the Twitter underneath of this. A lot of people's worked up. So it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Okay. So, your manager shouldn't be reading your diaries anyway. It's personal. My to-do list shouldn't have anything to do with my employment status. My diary that is in my to-do list that's in my diary. You know what I mean? So He said she only needs $16,900 more dollars. Okay, because there's a goal here. Okay, I do feel like I can get some money from Diddy and Caresha if I sue them. Okay, thank you so much, Dream Out Loud. I appreciate that super chat. So that's them. Okay, we spoke about P. Diddy and all them and all that other stuff. Okay. And so now what we need to discuss, what we must discuss, all right, now that we passed Summer Walker saying that, you know, the P might be stinking dark yellow, Hennessy infused, Perk 30, black and mild, hot wing, I say, you know, now that we're past all of that, we can move on to the next thing. Okay, the Famecom Network sent $9.99 and said, in case the unemployment doesn't go through, thank you, because in case the unemployment don't go through, I'm gonna need a backup plan. And I'm scared to take the leap and just do YouTube full time. It is my goal, maybe by the end of this year, maybe by the middle of next year. But I just want to be sure. I want to have some cushion. And so hopefully I can get some money from Diddy and Caresha and them if I get let go early because of P. Diddy. All right. And so now we get to move on to Wendy Williams' money. Okay, Wendy Williams' money is back in the news. It's back in the news thanks to her no good, low down, dirty dog husband, Kelvin Hunter. So now we're back to talking about Wendy Williams and Kelvin Hunter. I don't even know why like this. This really shouldn't be a discussion, but he's a lazy POS in my opinion. He really is. And so he, her ex-husband hires a new legal team based off of the alimony fight that they're going through. And, you know, I do enjoy, I always give my props to Wendy. It sucks where she is with her life right now, but she is one of those pioneers along with Barbara Walters. But when we talk about women of color who have done a lot in the media industry, she made her switch over from syndicated radio to television. Wendy literally walked. She did a lot of stuff so that any other woman in media could fly, you know. And Barbara Walters did a lot too, because the racism and the sexism was real when it came to women on the microphone, whether it be on TV or just radio. It's a lot. They did a lot. So I always give Wendy her props, despite how her life is taking a turn, right? She's definitely not at her peak or in one of the best places. Okay. That's a bad man, Savannah. And so here's what's going on with lazy ass Kelvin Hunter. He posted a screenshot that I was able to grab and capture about how he's trying to get that alimony money. Okay. So here's the screenshot he posted, and I'm going to give you some backstory, and I'm going to refresh your memory about how Kelvin got here and exactly why he wants these funds. Okay? So here's what he posted in his Instagram stories. And listen, y'all, if y'all haven't already taken a moment to subscribe to the channel, hit the button. It's free, okay? If I lose my job over P. Diddy, I'll be here more often and more available and more consistently to give you content. So just subscribe just in case I get fired. You know what I'm saying? You just want to have your backup plan in place and hit the notification bell because it's really important. Okay. So Kelvin Hunter posts this article that this news outlet had did on him. And it says Eric Pettis from the a former NAACP representative, NFL player case expert, and Amy Dawkins retained by Kelvin Hunter Sr. to cure a breached marital settlement agreement with Wendy Williams. And he posted this directly on his page. Okay, somebody put in the chat, Kelvin is a gold digger. He absolutely is. It's usually women. Please understand that these things are not based off of a gender. Okay, men can be gold diggers and women can be gold diggers. Both of them. But here's what's going on, and here's what he's trying to do in particular. Okay, just to give you some backstory as to how he got here. Like, why is he still fighting over alimony money? A lot of people have forgotten about the story because it kind of died down. But we know that Wendy has had to give a substantial amount of money to Kelvin Hunter because he was her lover and her secretary, working every day. He was her manager and things of that nature while she was on the show, while he also had the nerve to have an affair. But baby, let's get into the actual the backstory. So back in December, it was revealed that former daytime talk show host Wendy Williams' ex-husband, Kelvin Hunter, was on the verge of losing everything because of a loophole in their divorce agreement that allowed Wendy Williams to stop paying alimony if she was no longer working on the Wendy Williams show. Now, he done hired a new legal team to help rectify the situation. And as I showed you, he shared this on Instagram. Now, it's bad enough that he's pulling a Ken do, you know, or better yet, I call him Ken don't, okay? Krishan pregnant? Bye. Please get out my face. Okay. This is the first time she's going to be sober if she stopped drinking, if she really pregnant. I just got a notification on my phone. But, and see, this is the breaking news y'all get over here. Things get sticky. And so, with this thing with Kelvin Hunter, it's bad enough that he's trying to tap into her money once again. But the fact that he's so bold and public and loud about trying to take this woman's money, he's sharing an article about it. That's a different level of audacity, in my opinion. Okay? In my opinion. And so I do want to give you some backstory on exactly how we got here, because apparently Kelvin Hunter has a he's got like a hip injury or something, and so his health is declining, and he needs money for hip surgery. Instead of him going out and getting a damn job, he's busy trying to leech off of Wendy Williams and what she's got going on. So I want to take you down memory lane pertaining to the karma that Kelvin Hunter is facing based off of how bold he was to cheat on his cash cow of a wife, because Wendy Williams has definitely been the cash cow and the financial supporter for Kelvin for years. And now that it's over, he didn't embarrass her, went out and got a mistress and all this other stuff. He's still coming back for more instead of getting a job and being a man and handling his business for his wife. Him and his mistress have been eating off of Wendy Williams for years now. And Wendy was okay with it for a good period of time, as long as there wasn't a child involved. But let's go through it, okay? Kelvin Hunter was cheating. She found out. She was willing to allow it as long as there wasn't a child involved, and he continued screwing around. And when he got the mistress pregnant, Wendy then filed for divorce. Now, the day he got served with divorce papers, Wendy also fired him as her manager. And part of the settlement actually involved alimony, which Wendy Williams was supposed to pay. Now, here's what Kelvin Hunter did. He audaciously asked for child support, which is wild considering the only son that he has with Wendy is a grown man. So he's asking for child support, and he's a grown man. So Wendy didn't have a problem paying the alimony, considering that Kelvin helped build her career as her manager anyway. Now, what was in the fine print that Kelvin probably didn't pick up on is in the divorce settlement, Wendy was only going to pay the alimony if she was working. And he used Wendy's money to get himself a mistress, and he continued to spend her money even after the divorce. He even brought his mistress a house a short walking distance from Wendy's house. Now, that's a whole nother level of audacity. I shouldn't be able to take my morning jog or go pick up breakfast around the corner in the morning and have to see you, your mistress, or either one of y'all's cars. Okay? But back to the divorce settlement. Wendy's sister was her lawyer, and Kelvin was so quick to sign the papers that he probably missed the part where Wendy didn't have to pay alimony unless she was working. So fast forward to a couple months after the divorce, Wendy quit her job, instantly killing Kevin's cash cow, who was Wendy. So now he's crying all over social media, saying he can't afford anything anymore since his only source of income for him and his now Beyoncé was the alimony that Wendy isn't paying anymore. So now he needs hip surgery. And he has no insurance. He's got a baby and a wife to feed. His car insurance is unpaid. The bills are stacking up, and he's losing his mind. Now, here's a question I got for y'all. What did they say about karma? Because not you don't got no insurance. You got a baby. You got a woman to feed. You bought this big house, car insurance. This luxurious lifestyle you were living off of the back of your hardworking, overworked, often and always overworked wife. And you went out and did all this, which really spited her. It was a slap in the face to her. Gave her your ass to kiss. And now all of a sudden you need hip surgery. And you crying online that you broke and you need money. Oh, I don't feel bad for you. And if it was the other way around and it was a woman, nobody would feel bad for the woman either. It's just crazy that a man can admit that he wants to not work and sit on his ass. Take your ass down to the unemployment office. I don't know. But the lifestyle that you live in is a bit too expensive and a bit too ambitious and audacious for what you did. That's not Wendy's problem. That's not Wendy's problem. So I hope you in that hip, okay. Hopefully you got a Sealy Posturepedic or a sleep number bed or something like that to help get you through at night. I know it's got to hurt at night. I know when I sleep on my hip wrong, it's a little painful. But Kelvin, don't nobody feel bad for you. I don't want to hear it. And this goes back to, it makes me go back and think about when you were trying to help her out when she was saying that Wells Fargo stole her money and sold up all her money and all this other stuff. You was busy going live and saying that you cared for her, the network had did her wrong. Did you really do that because you cared, or did you do that because you knew that if they were keeping her money, then they're going to be keeping your money too? And then you weren't going to be able to get paid. So at first I was thinking, you know what? He's trash for her heart and her emotions. But at that point, I was kind of like, is he good for her business? Is he really trying to keep her business in check? No, it's not about her. It was about him making sure he still had a plate to eat off of. And that plate just so happens to be Wendy's plate. And there were so many people in the comments that said, listen, he cares about her money. He's bad for her emotionally, but he will make sure her business is right. There was a motive. And I was slow to react to that. And I disagreed so strongly with that. So many people came through in the comments and said that on the Now Deleted channel. But so many people came through with that comment. Now we see his motive for it. It was all about him feeding himself. Okay? That's what it was about. That's what it was about. Society has normalized taking advantage of women. Okay? Him and Kendu, and I hear him and Kendu are friends. You know how Kendu took all that money from Mary J. Blige and wanted child support for a grown child and all those other things? Yeah. Calvin, go get a job, boo. And as a matter of fact, you need somebody to cuss you out. You need somebody to cuss you out and let you know how unattractive it is for a man to be begging for a woman that he's not even with no more to be taking care of him. It's bad enough when a man is in a relationship with the woman that he's actually with and expects her to do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to taking care of him or them or the bills or whatever his needs or desires are. And it's even worse when y'all done broke up and you sitting on your ass not working and expect Wendy to continue, because she took care of you and your wife and all your bills, for a while. And now y'all not even together and you still expect her to do those things? Okay. Then people sitting down doing interviews about you being broke. They just sitting there letting you talk to get the click and the view. And honestly, I would do it too. I would let you come on my channel and give us your sob story. And I would give you empathetic teas. But it's embarrassing what you're doing. It is. Tutu sent a $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. It says, just want to support you, your DC neighbor. Hey, shout out to Maryland in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for coming through and thank you for supporting the channel via super chat. Okay. Make sure y'all hit thumbs up if you haven't already hit thumbs up on the video as we get into our next story. Okay. We got a good show in store today. Celebrity stuff, real news, new diseases that are coming out. There's a lot of Black news that we need to get into this evening. And I'm happy that you all are spending time with me this Friday evening. Okay. Hey, thanks for letting me keep you connected and in the know with what's happening in the Black world. Don't forget to smash on that like button for support and for more Black news. All right. Moving on, child. This the one. This the one right here. We are moving on into Young Thug. Okay? Young Thug. Baby, not you pushing P. Not you pushing P in the courtroom. Not you pushing Percocets in the courtroom. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? I meant to get Tyra Banks to cuss Kelvin out. Hold up. We got to get Tyra Banks to cuss Kelvin out with his broke, lazy ass.
But you're not. Stop it! I have never in my life yelled at a girl like this. When my mother yells at this, it's because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. You go to bed at night, you lay there, and you take responsibility for yourself.
Oh, low down, dirty dog. Just a low down, dirty dog. Okay? Moving on. Moving on. Just a hot mess. Now, Young Thug, baby, if y'all had any hope about this brother's freedom, throw it out the window. It's over. Just throw any and all hope that y'all had. Free Thug. That ain't right. They throwing a book at him. Any hope you had about this man's freedom, baby, throw it out the window because it's over. They were already trying to throw the book at him. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look at the surveillance video that shows the moment that prosecutors accuse Young Thug and his co-defendant, Mr. Adams, of conducting a hand-to-hand drug deal in court. I don't know whether to say how stupid can you be or how bold can you be. Because all the times that you being bold, it ain't necessarily a good thing. But baby, let's go ahead and get into this. Because I just could, and we talked about this. We covered this on a 5 o'clock ride yesterday, backstage on the members only. The news had just broke. I'm telling you, 3 minutes after the news broke, we went ahead and we put it on the screen and we covered it in the 5 o'clock ride. So I found it crazy that all the blogs were just talking about it today. And I'm like, we literally covered this backstage on the members only situation. And shout out to all of the members who are in the chat. Okay. Drop your special emojis. All right. And shout out to all of us. So I want to get into this situation because who thought the Young Thug was even going to get out? That's the question. Who even thought the Young Thug was going to get out? I remember I read through his entire indictment and it was long and it was lengthy. And there's a lot of evidence that they have when it comes to this RICO charge against him. It just sucks that either he or his co-defendant would be that simple, to be honest with you, to do this in court. Okay. Like I said, save all of your hope for this brother's freedom because it's quite literally over. Okay. Let's get into this footage and just thank y'all for being here this evening. I do appreciate y'all. I'm grateful. All right. We're going to take a look at this a couple times so that y'all can pick up what's being put down, literally. Okay. You know what? We actually don't need sound. Give me a second. We don't need sound with this. So let me turn the sound off. It's kind of a distraction. Okay. So it's going to play on repeat. Okay. Young Thug is sitting down here in this burgundy-esque suit here. Can you see my mouse? This is Young Thug. Dude walking up in the blue. Look at what's going on. Look. This is co-defendant. Walks up to him. Boom. They do that hand grab. They walk up to him right away. Right away. Okay. Young Thug in the burgundy. Let's take a look at it. It literally looks just like a back alley drug deal. If anybody has ever been in the hood, in the city, whatever you call it, you know what it looks like. It's just a different type of dad. Dude in the blue, look, walks up, gives him a perk. They walk over to him right away, and what does Thug do? He surrenders the perk. How crazy do you gotta be? I mean, I'm stuck trying to understand why you would be that risky when both of y'all are on trial. It's not making any sense to me. None. Let's go through some of these details. What I'm going to do as I read through some of these details is I'm going to drop the link for people who want to call in and comment on either Diddy or Young Thug. Link to call in. If there's anybody that wants to call in to talk about either Caresha, Porta Potty Caresha, or PP Diddy, call in, click the link, and you can talk about it while I go over these details, and I'll see if there's anybody that's willing to call in. Okay, I do want to incorporate callers into more of the shows. Okay, I want to get y'all input, but we got to keep it quick. Okay, so anybody that comes up, keep whatever you have to say concise, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next caller. Okay, so here's this thing with Young Thug. Okay, you pushing P in the courtroom, you pushing perks, you pushing Percocets. In the courtroom. YSL was a bunch of crash dummies, if you ask me. In my full humble opinion, YSL is a bunch of crash dummies. None of them are too bright. None of them are too bright. Okay? None of them. So, slanging in front of the judge and in front of a public camera, it's just crazy. It's crazy to me. It's a different level of audacity. And like I said, let me get to these details so that we can go through these. The details are important, and I do have a response from Young Thug's attorney. Okay, so like I said, Young Thug immediately turned the Percocet over to the authorities. Okay, Young Thug was literally seated right next to his attorney when the Percocet was dropped in his hand. Okay, so when the deputies searched the guy in the blue, they found that he was in possession of Percocet, marijuana, and tobacco that was wrapped in plastic and food seasonings to conceal the odor of marijuana, to conceal the odor of weed, according to the investigators. So the co-defendant, the guy in the burgundy, he was taken to Grady Hospital after he appeared to ingest other items of contraband in an effort to conceal the extent of his crimes within the courtroom. And so prosecutors filed a motion asking the court to make a finding of fact that court was delayed on January 18th because of the actions of Young Thug and the other defendant, Adams. And so an attorney, his name is Keith Adams, okay? This is Young Thug's attorney, responded to the allegations that his client was involved in. We're going to play this response, and then we're going to take a couple of phone calls, okay? Let's go ahead and see what's going on. We got one caller back here. Like I said, if you want to call in, speak your piece, and then we'll be moving on to the next caller, okay? Let's see what's really going on with this man, child. What could his attorney possibly say? And like I said, we went over this on the 5 o'clock ride, but I still feel like it's important to go over with you all as well, okay? So let's get into Young Thug's attorney and what they had to say about Young Thug or YSL trying to push P in the goddamn courtroom.
The reality is, Mr. Williams had nothing to do with what went on in the courtroom on yesterday. One of the co-defendants, on his way to the restroom, attempted to pass something to Mr. Williams, who immediately turned it over to the deputy.
He did not know it was allegedly Percocet?
Did not know. Well, we don't know what it is. Did not know what it was, turned it over to the deputy right away. The deputies took action. The individual who had the contraband, not Mr. Williams, was taken into the back, where I'm told he ingested whatever he had. He had to be taken to the hospital. And as a result, court was terminated for the rest of the day. The reality is, Mr. Williams had nothing to do with what went on in the courtroom on yesterday. One of the co-defendants, on his way to the restroom, attempted to pass something to Mr. Williams, who immediately turned it over to the deputy.
He did not know it was allegedly Percocet?
Did not know. Well, we don't know what it is. Did not know what it was, turned it over to the deputy right away. The deputies took action. The individual who had the contraband, not Mr. Williams, was taken into the back, where I'm told he ingested whatever he had. He had to be taken to the hospital, and as a result, court was terminated for the rest of the day.
All right. So that's what he had to say about what happened in court. What do you think of his attorney's statements? I think it was a decent statement. It wasn't a completely stupid statement, but it also wasn't a top tier statement at all. It did look like a handshake. I think it's a mid tier. It's a mid. You know what I'm saying? You got low, mid, and high. It's a mid-level defense. And so that's what his attorney had to say. I know his attorney is upset. If I was his attorney, I would have grabbed my purse, grabbed my pocketbook, and walked away like Annalise Keaton, child. You know that Annalise Keaton? How to get away with murder? Viola Davis, baby. I would have grabbed that link and rolled I'm like, my job is already hard representing you. Okay? And then y'all sitting in here pushing P in the courtroom. Make it make sense. God damn. I mean, like, y'all ain't making my job easy whatsoever. I'm in the courtroom. Are you serious? But listen, this is what they do. Let's get into our caller this evening. Hello, you are live on the air.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, let me say something about Young Thug. He fits his name, because there is no way that anybody with sense would have to come all the way in court just to push some drugs unless you broke. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, and you got to be a public defender, Mr. Lawyer, because you couldn't defend me, and you couldn't be my I couldn't defend you either, because you made a fool of yourself. And also, poor thing, Diddy, he was hanging with R. Kelly, wasn't he?
Look, I can't deny that. I can't deny that.
I said he was hanging with his boy, and at the time they all believed in peeing. So it's a usually thing for him. It's nothing new. So he needs to go sit down with his boy and resurrect Cassie, because he just ain't right.
Oh, Cassie done moved on, and I'm happy for her about that.
She need to, honey, because that was a mess. And he's a mess. And he shouldn't be going with nobody's little girl. And her mother should step in and check him. And check her. You want to be young, Miami and all that, whatever you want to call yourself. But baby, have some respect for yourself. That man is too old. He's somebody's grandpa. He is not your granddaddy.
Grandpa. Oh, he is a grandpa.
All right. I ain't going to take all y'all time. I just wanted to let you know I'm hoarse right now.
No, it's okay. I appreciate you calling in.
This is my first time hearing you, and I love your show. So you just keep it up, and I'm going to stick with y'all, okay?
Thank you so much, Miss Sonia. You have a great night and have a great weekend.
I am. I'm in Vegas, baby.
Oh, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But baby, you can tell me in the DM. I live vicariously.
You better come here and kick it with us, child. You better come.
I've never been. I do plan on going there at some point.
Oh, y'all talk y'all girl into going to Vegas. We need you here, child. I'm right down the street from the strip. Come on now. Okay, but we'll talk about it. But anyway, I just let you guys have a good time and get on the chat with her. She's a good person.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Great. We had somebody that called in. All right. So let's get into our next topic. Okay. Another topic that we need to talk about this evening. And so I just want y'all to get used to the format, get comfortable. Some of y'all are getting used to the fact that I come on earlier. All right. I'm trying to come on earlier. And get used to the fact that I want y'all to call in. And whether it's in the middle or the end of the show, call in, sound off for 3 or 5 minutes. We'll go on to the next thing. I do want callers to be, because my first experience before YouTube was radio. So I'm used to radio and calls and things like that. But let's move on to the next situation. It's actually connected to the same topic. If that's not crazy enough, pertaining to Young Thug and YSL and this whole debacle, okay, and Push and P in the courtroom, okay? If that's not crazy enough, take a look at this. Take a look at this mugshot, y'all. And take a look at this. Now, earlier this week, YSL co-defendant Yak Gotti's mother was arrested and charged for attempting to sneak tobacco to her son. Her son was accused of murder. So she came in the courthouse. She's trying to sneak tobacco to her son in the courthouse, and she was arrested. So this is what they be doing in the YSL. And this is why I say they a bunch of crash dummies. They gotta be. They gotta be. And as a matter of fact, they are. There's no way you can tell me that, you know, outside of this being a high profile case, okay, they about to throw the book at all of y'all, but especially Thug, and especially if you're accused of murder. That y'all about to have people trying to sneak y'all contraband into the courthouse repeatedly over and over again. And I can't keep you and him. I can't fake it. I can't. What's going on in your head? I'm asking y'all over and over again. Because y'all keep trying to sneak the drugs up in. I mean, come on, over and over again. What's wrong with y'all? This is a high-profile case. This is a federal case. Make it make sense. I mean, when you talk about this is a sick Negro. They are all some sick Negroes. They really are.
This is a sick Negro.
It's too much. It's too much. So when I tell you that they some crash dummies, that's exactly what I mean here. Why would you sit up in them people's courtroom and pass a perk to a man that they already about to throw the book at? YSL ain't nothing but a bunch of crash dummies. Seriously. Why would you do that? The math is not mathing, not to me. Over and over again. Come on now. It's too much. I need them to get a little bit of sense. Get tired of people calling us stupid, but you know, this is one of the top 5 hard ER moments ever. Go figure. Please go figure. Let's move on to the next topic, y'all, because I can't with these niggas. These niggas is out of control. Out of control. That's what I said. I said that earlier. Somebody put in the chat. Hold on. YSL is definitely not getting any type of remorse from the sentencing. They're throwing the whole encyclopedia. Exactly. Yeah, I said this probably like 20 minutes ago. Krishan Rock says she's pregnant, but Blueface says it ain't his. Now I heard. Bye. I can't with them. So let's go and get on to the next subject. Okay, so let's get into some local news. Let's refresh. Let's actually give me a second to catch my breath and continue with the show and the other topics that we have going on, because we do have quite a few things that we still need to discuss. Okay,
it's time to face it, boo. Your product needs more exposure. If you want to see your ad here on my channel, be sure to shoot an email over to yt.theplainestjane@gmail.com and Let's chat. But if you're new in my neighborhood here on YouTube, hey, I'm the plainest Jane, and I provide coverage and commentary on trending stories, viral events, and Black culture. I definitely appreciate you stopping through and hitting that subscribe button if you'd like more of my particular brand of syrup.
It was a YouTuber, and shout out to her for this good detective work, honey. She's the one who went and was able to put 2 and 2 together. The plainest Jane. That's the person's name, the plainest Jane. I couldn't think of what their name was on the podcast, but I wanted to go ahead and shout them out. They're the ones who did the work. All right. So, like I said, shout out to plainest Jane. She's the one who put that together. So Shekinah was not lying. So when Tiny came back on some, oh, she's making it up, sounded like Tiny's voice to me.
All right, and we are back with your girl, the plainest Jane, and thank you for subscribing to the channel. If you haven't already, tapped that button. Just do a little bit of finger work. Tap the button and hit the thumbs up. It really means a lot, and your free support goes a really long way. But so does you sending $3 on Cash App. So let's go on to the next story. This is some local news. Like I said, we're gonna cut up. We're gonna talk about the celebrity stuff. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna joke. We're gonna have a good time. I'm always gonna have my sense of humor with me, but y'all know how I am with Black news as well. So it's gonna be a mix. We're gonna talk about both. It's really important. I'm not just gonna sit up here and gossip or speculate about celebrities. We're gonna get into the real syrup of it all. Because the stuff is sticky inside of the celebrity world and sticky and tragic outside of said world, which is what we are about to discuss right now. This story really hit close to home, quite literally, because this is a story out of Baltimore. Y'all know I'm here in Baltimore. Baltimore stand up. And I'm proud about Baltimore in a lot of ways. Somebody just put in the chat that Krishonda's from Baltimore. Yes, she's from Baltimore. I don't like telling people that because, baby, don't nobody want to claim Krishon when she doesn't have any self-worth, right? Although I do wish her the best and I hope she gets help. But this is a story that is tragic. It's beyond sad. Trading a puppy for a shotgun. And things took a turn for the worse. In this unfortunate incident involving children, this is going to have this family damaged forever. It really, really, really is. So here's the backstory pertaining to this situation. Okay. A Baltimore teen has been charged with murdering his 8-year-old brother with a shotgun that he obtained by trading in a puppy. Now, his name is Devin Wilson, and believe it or not, he was a whole 18 years old. So he was arrested on Tuesday on an arrest warrant, charging him with first and second degree murder, assault, and weapons counts in connection with the killing that took place on December 30th of Dylan King, that being his little brother. These details are just outrageous. So this 18-year-old was babysitting his 4 younger siblings, who all ranged from ages 2 to 8 years old, when he called his mother and asked his mother to come home because his younger brother had been shot. Now, when his stepfather came home, the 18-year-old claimed Dylan accidentally shot himself in the head instead of coming clean about what he had done. So his brother was just 8 years old, and he died on December 30th from a single shotgun blast to the head while in the care of his older brother that we see here on the screen. Police who responded to the home, they found a neighbor performing CPR on the 8-year-old boy, who was later pronounced dead. Now, while at the scene, an officer reported hearing sobbing coming from an upstairs bedroom and discovered that it was the older brother who was the shooter that we see here inside wearing blood-soaked clothes and pointing a shotgun to his own forehead. This is according to the filings, the police records. So he felt so remorseful about what he had done that he was up there thinking about taking himself out as well. Now, the officer was able to convince this 18-year-old to lay down the weapon. And he was taken into custody and transported to a hospital to undergo a mental health evaluation. The medical examiner's office ruled the death a homicide by a single gunshot wound. Now, on the night of the shooting, again, he was babysitting all 4 of his siblings. Now, according to the charging documents, because of course he's 18 and they're going to charge him as an adult, his stepfather told police that he had recently become interested in guns and was taken to a shooting range for his birthday. Ain't that something? That's something. That's something. I can't say if it's good or bad. I can say it took a turn for the worse, you know, learning how to operate a weapon when you're of legal age. It could be of importance considering how often we're attacked. But I mean, depending on the mentality, there are plenty of grown people, people who are of legal age who don't do the right things, who aren't mature enough to have a weapon, let alone unsupervised. But the stepfather also said that this 18-year-old had traded in a puppy to purchase the shotgun that was used in his own brother's killing. So authorities pointed out that the transaction was not illegal because he was 18 years old and he had no criminal history when he bought the Silver Eagle pump action shotgun. So he was ordered to jail without bail, and he's due in court for a preliminary hearing on February the 15th. This is, here's what I have to admit about Baltimore. Born and raised here, still here, whatever. Plan on leaving one day just because I just want a difference in scenery and I would like to move somewhere that's warmer. But I've been here my whole life and I can speak to some of the issues that plague this area. The gun violence is out of control. It's out of control. And it seems like the people who are able to get their hands on weapons, and this might be true in other areas of the country, in other states and other cities, but I'm speaking specifically about my city, about Baltimore. The people who are able to get their hands on these weapons are getting younger and younger. I just reported on a story not too long ago, and this wasn't in Baltimore, but just in general, 14-year-old shot another 14-year-old. A 14-year-old boy shot a 14-year-old girl because she was about to break up with him. She was trying to break up with him. So he shot her in the head. And luckily she survived and there's a GoFundMe. But she's missing an eye. She more than likely will be blind in that whole eye and just have, you know, these young people, it's becoming ridiculously easy for young folks and immature, because 18 is still young, to have a weapon unsupervised. It's becoming ridiculously easy to get your hands on a weapon at a young age. Not to mention, y'all remember the little boy who killed his mom over, she said he couldn't have or get a VR headset, and he shot and killed her. But I can speak specifically for Baltimore, and Mayor Brandon Scott said something about it, and people were more upset about what he said rather than the message. I think there was like a 7-year-old who died from gunshot violence. He was shot in the head like 3 weeks ago. And Mayor Brandon Scott said, it's too many young people dying over dumb shit. The gun violence over the, and he said shit. He literally said that. And people were more outraged at the word shit than the dead 70-year-old. And that says a lot. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done here in Baltimore. I can speak for my city. I'm not going to try and hide the dirt, right? It's a lot of good stuff about the city. There's a lot of good creative people that came out of here. Tupac and Jada Pinkett Smith and all of that stuff. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done as well, here and elsewhere. It shouldn't be this easy for young folks to get possession of, and also having your kids watch your kids. This couldn't have been the first time he was watching all 4 of his siblings from 2 to 8 years old. I'm not trying to blame the parents. What I'm saying is you got to clock the maturity level. And I get it. Parents do what they can do. They do what they got to do. I remember being in the house by myself at a young age. And I think legally, at least here in Baltimore, Maryland, you're like not supposed to leave your kid by themselves in the house until they're like, I forget what the age is, but we were young, right? It might be like 11 or 13 or something like that. But, but I was a single child, so I wasn't watching another child. So, sometimes parents have to do strange things and put the responsibility of babysitting on their other children. But sometimes that's not always the answer if their mind isn't there. Sometimes your kids can be in danger when you have one child watching the other children. There's so much that can go wrong if your child isn't, mature or doesn't have enough situational awareness to realize when they're placing their siblings in danger. And so I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying, listen, stop, think about it. Babies watching babies, sometimes it's not okay. And just because you turn 18, it doesn't mean that you're mature enough to babysit, whether it be your own siblings or somebody else. I get what you got to do in the pinch as a parent with jobs and a lack of availability because you're trying to keep the lights on and you're trying to work. This economy is crazy. The average rent in this country is $1,900, and that's even for apartments. That is berserk. That's berserk. And the minimum wage ain't matching with the rent rate. So I get people struggling to make ends meet. I get that. But sometimes you got to clock the people that watch your children, even if the people that are watching your children are your children. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's a babysitter that you hire from next door, somebody that you found on lynda.com, somebody that was recommended to you, a babysitter, or your own children, you still have to be vigilant and cognizant of who you leave your children in care of, even if it's your own children. Stop thinking that just because somebody is your family, that your kids are in safe hands with them watching them. That's not always the case. You can send your kid to go be with their uncle to be babysat. That doesn't mean that they always safe. Something could happen. And it's different levels of danger. Gun violence, molestation, being burnt by the stove. Somebody could be upstairs asleep and the kid is burning something. Who knows, So this is a really unfortunate situation. They talk about the minimum wage. Some say it's 10, some say $7.25 in Alabama. Yeah, the math is not mathing. The math is not mathing. Okay? Oh, your family from Cherry Hill? Hey, down the hill. Hey, Cherry Hill. Yeah, this is sad because this tears his whole family apart because they done lost 2 kids. So he was watching his 4 siblings, which means they have 5 kids, but now they've got 3 kids. In the sense that one passed away from this tragic accident. Another one's going to be put away for God knows how long because his little brother was 8 and he killed him. And so this family has got to deal with the grief. And, when people are grieving and all these other things, you got to think about what are they dealing with? How are they coping? Will it be a substance? Will it be something else? How long will they be? Their job might suffer. Some people lose their jobs where they're in a grieving period. They're so depressed they can't get out of bed in the morning. This is going to tear this family apart, and it's really unfortunate. I'm not blaming the parents. I'm just saying it's, sometimes a wise man can sometimes learn from other people's situations. I'm not blaming the parents at all because at the end of the day, this was an 18-year-old playing target practice with his own sibling. That's reckless. And he's 18 and he's old enough to know better. He's old enough to know better. But also, parents have to be able to clock them. Every 18-year-old is not the same. And as parents, you know your kids. And you should be able to know your kids and their maturity level and what they can and cannot handle better than anyone else. Hello, you've been studying him for almost 2 decades now. He's 18. Did he really have it in him to be babysitting? And y'all enabled his admiration for guns by taking him to the gun range, and now he's playing target practice with his son. Something wasn't right with him even handling guns. And the fact that the father knew, he traded the puppy for the shotgun, so that means you knew. You know, they could have caught something, but it's not the parents' fault. I feel like there were red flags. This is an 18-year-old here. He should have known better, period. You know they're going to throw the book at him. He killed an 18-year-old who was his own, you know. So, you know, it is what it is. This is a really unfortunate situation. What are y'all thoughts on it in the chat? Okay. Okay, people are sharing their stories in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Oh my gosh. Someone beat my granddaughter to death. She was 9 months old. The world is wicked. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God. I'm so sorry to hear that. And condolences to you. And there are a couple of other people sharing their situations and their stories in the chat, and just condolences to all of you all. I don't have time to read them all now because I got to keep going through the show, but condolences to you all. And I'm sorry for your loss if you are experiencing or you have experienced a loss that is somehow adjacent, related, or similar to this situation. Okay. Now, the cover this real life news. And that there's still some more celebrity and lighthearted stuff that we need to cover. But, you know, sometimes we got to make these stops. Sometimes I got to hit the brakes on the bus and talk about real life stuff that's going on. So I do have some other stuff that's more lighthearted to talk about, but I do also want to talk about some real life and local news as well. This situation right here, okay? Memphis police say burglars dragged Popeye's employees across the floor and demanded cash at gunpoint. What's really going on? If it's not, y'all remember if you were watching, did I do this on the 5 o'clock route or I did it on the other show? It's the last time I went live. And it wasn't backstage. Members only. Yeah, it was the other day. The men are not okay. So it was the 8th. Okay, so it was yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. Okay, so the day before yesterday, I went live. And I titled the live, The Men Are Not Okay. And don't get me wrong, there's some women that aren't okay as well. But the men are not okay because this guy goes up to a drive-thru. Okay, and I'm not gonna play the video again because I played it already, and I want to stay stuck. But you know, the point of the matter is, working at these restaurants, you're at risk. This woman was a barista at like a coffee shop, a Starbucks or something of that sort, a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever the case is, literally working a drive-thru serving coffee, and the footage is of her trying to give the man the coffee and collect the funds, and he pulls out this like zip tie mechanism to try to loop her head into something because he's trying to kidnap her through the drive-thru window. The danger that you're in. Just working at you're in danger everywhere. Honestly, you are in danger everywhere. But I mean, working at a restaurant, the type of danger that you're susceptible to. And I played that footage. If you want to go back and watch that video, it's literally from the day before yesterday. It's titled The Men Are Not Okay. And I go through several examples that have happened in the media in the last week where the men are snapping. Okay. And so that's one fast food or drive-through experience. And I resonate with that because I used to work at McDonald's. I used to work at Chick-fil-A. I used to work in the food service industry in general. Okay. And when I was a teenager, to think that all you're doing is frying chicken and giving it to people and biscuits and fries, and you're being targeted for violent acts, whether it be for money or sex trafficking or like whatever the case is, what's really going on? What's really going on? So this story is out of Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, tragic incident at the damn Popeyes. You know how they say, if you ain't safe at Bella Noche's, where the hell could you go? If you ain't safe at Popeyes and Starbucks, where the hell could you go? What the hell? It's upsetting me and my homegirl because I feel like God damn. You shouldn't have to be in danger when you're serving something as decadent and as juicy and as satisfying and a hallmark of the Black community, such as fried chicken. It's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have to be in danger when you're serving fried chicken. So the police in Memphis, Tennessee said that 2 people entered a Popeyes chicken restaurant and dragged employees by their legs during a robbery. Now, this happened on January 15th around 9 o'clock in the morning. 2 males entered the business and grabbed an employee as they were entering the rear door, then slammed them violently to the ground, according to the police report. Now, according to officials, other employees were also dragged by the suspects across the floor. Now, police say the suspects then held several employees at gunpoint, forcing them to open the cash registers. Now, after gathering the money, the suspects fled from the business. One suspect is described as being 5'8" with an average build and a dark ski mask. The other is described as 6'2" with a heavy build and a dark ski mask. The Memphis Police Department says no arrests have been made in the case, and people with information about the incident are encouraged to call 901-528-CASH. Now, I want to show you a couple of pictures from this incident because this is very scary. In all of my years in the food service industry, whether it be fast food or full service restaurants, I'm so glad I've never experienced anything like this. But it's still very much scary. Very much scary. So here we are. Look at this. I mean, you in the chicken joint. And this is what I need a lot of y'all to understand. I don't care where you work, what retail, whether it's clothes retail, food retail, sales. When somebody comes in and tries to grab you, don't try to play Captain Save-A-Ho. Do not try to be their hero. You are more important than the chicken or the merchandise that you're trying to protect. These restaurants and these businesses, they have insurance. Don't risk your life to save this shit. When they come in and they ask for the money, baby, give it to them. Open that register and give them all the money you want. Hell, baby, open the safe. Because you dragging people up and down at a chicken joint, it's not worth it. Give them the money. Hell, some restaurants, when you work there, they'll tell you. Some of them. I've worked at and they'll tell you, listen, give them the money out the register, but what you want to do is you want to throw it away from you. That way it gets them away from you for a while. They got to bend over and pick up the money. Whatever you got to do, don't be that hero of that place. You don't own that. What are you losing by them robbing that place? No. What do you want this? Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Let them have it all. It's always going to be another Popeyes, another McDonald's, another whatever, insert store name here that you can go work at. And a robbery story, if you leave that one and go get you hired at the next one, a robbery story will go get you hired too. Go on to the next Popeyes. What happened? Why'd you leave? They got robbed and I gave them the money and the store was mad. Oh, well, my life was more important. That'll get you hired on the spot damn near. Okay? So let me show y'all what's really going on. Here. Where's the, hold on. Okay, here we go. Look at him. Hold on. Dragging this man, got the man down on the floor. Not this picture in the way. Look at him. Got his backpack on. Leaving out the back door. It's the next picture. And see, how you gonna have an ad with a woman in a ski mask? And this is a story about a man in a ski mask robbing a chicken joint. You see how insensitive the New York Post is? This is some bullshit. But back to the point. Look at this. Out of pocket. When I tell you it's out of pocket, it's completely and absolutely out of pocket. You don't got to do all that at a chicken joint. Black people, I'm telling you. And look, if you just so happen to not be black and you watching this thing, do the same thing. Okay? And black people, I'm telling you, don't let no fried chicken get you caught up and out here got you getting dragged over, you know what I'm saying? The $500, $300, $700 funky dollars that's sitting up in the register. It's not even that much. They not hitting no real lick anyway. And even if it was a real lick, your life is worth more than that lick. So cut it. You know what I'm saying? This is a really unfortunate situation, and I hate that, you know, if you can't be safe at Popeyes, where could you go? This is really unfortunate. But let me tell you something. Dragging him across the floor. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you some good shit. Do y'all know how dirty and greasy and nasty them fast food floors are in general, but especially behind the counter? To the point where if you don't have on shoes for crew, you slipping and sliding in your Nike boots or New Balances all day long. It's nasty. And look, being dragged across that dirty ass floor would have killed me alone. Child, not being dragged across all the grease and the grime and the calcium and the lime and the rust, the CLR. It's just
Oh my God.
That would have been me getting dragged across the floor. Y'all dragging me across that grimy floor behind the counter.
Oh my God.
Ain't no way. Oh my goodness, I would have been just, oh. Woo! I would have been, I probably would have passed out. It's dirty. Anybody working fast food and know what it is? Child. It's too much. It's too much. So let's get into the next thing. On today's episode, we getting into the next story. Okay? We getting into the next story. And, you know, and we moving swiftly and professionally through these topics. We've been on for a little less than 2 hours. Okay, we got through several stories. We had to cut up a little bit with P. Diddy. We talked about Kelvin Hunter. We got into Young Thug. We got into 2 local news stories. Now we getting into the next story. I think we having a good time on the bus. Are y'all having a good time on the bus? Let me know if y'all having a good time on the bus. What do I need to do to make it better for y'all? What do I need to do to accommodate? Make sure your seatbelts are on. Put your bottles down. I ain't trying to get pulled over. Y'all can drink on the bus. Just put your bottles down. If y'all lighting something up, just pass it up here to me. Let me get a puff or 2. You know what I'm saying? Hit thumbs up on their video. We are on the buzz. You know, we switch directions. We go from cracking up, getting into serious stuff, back to cracking up, getting into what we need to talk about so we can learn today. Okay? Okay? We is on the bus this Friday. I'm finna flip this energy around so we can have a little bit of fun again. Okay?
Baltimore, I can't see you. Where you at?
Yo, killing me with this. I can't help. I can't help. Robert. I can't help. You're killing me, man. This ain't not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my say it, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly pause the interview to give Kelly a moment.
Yo, let me with this. Yo, let me with this. Yo, let me with this. Yo, let me. Y'all trying to kill me. Yo, let me with this. 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 Let me get. Trying to kill me. Trying to kill me. Y'all wanna believe it? Trying to kill me. Trying to kill me. I hope this camera keep going. Stupid R. Kelly. Fight for my life. Stupid R. Kelly. Do it. Stupid R. Kelly. Fight for my life. Stupid R. Kelly. Do it.
Okay. Okay. I get to show the pop real hard when the song come on. Stupid R. Kelly. Because it do be busting. I don't like Robert. Y'all know I don't like Robert. But you know, that song be busting a little bit. Okay? That song be busting a little bit. Somebody said something. I'm looking for what I need to do. Okay, somebody said one more again. That song is a long dog. I won't play that one more again, but what I will play is this.
Keep my wife's name out your
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of her. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of her. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of her. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of her.
Okay. Out your effing. Okay. Dreaming Edmund said, I'm late, but I'm here. Did you have fun? I know where you were because you put it in the Discord. I won't put you on blast. But I just want to ask, did you have fun? Put it in the Discord and let me know. Because I know where you told me that you was going and what you was going to be doing. Let me know if it was fun. If it was a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Okay. Okay. So now that we done keep my wife's name. Hey. Now that we done flipped the energy a little bit and covered some of the seriousness. Okay. I saw somebody else in here I wanted to speak to. Just the T, please, 9-3. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so much for coming through. It's nice and refreshing to see your name come across the screen and in the chat. Okay. So, this next story. I'm gonna just go ahead and ask you. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I? And I'm a conversationalist. I love to talk, and I can blend any topics together. That's how I do these shows, right? On today's episode of Wild Wild Web and Sticky Bullshit, can blind people be racist? How are you? You know what? I'm going to save because I haven't heard it. I saw the headline and I saw the video without sound because when I sit at my desk at work and I'm going through the different headlines and things of that nature, the most I can do is read. I can't necessarily listen to those things because I'm in the office. So I made it a point. This came across, my desk while I was at work, but I couldn't listen to it because I'm sitting at my desk. So I said, you know what? I'm not going to listen to it yet because sometimes I go to the bathroom or I'll wait to my bathroom break or my lunch break to listen to crazy things. I said, you know what? I'm not going to listen to this. Okay. Because I'm going to wait to give my natural reaction for when I'm live on the air. Damn, what's that? The heat just came on? Oh, okay. So I said I'm gonna save my reaction to really hear what this young man got to say. So let's take a look. Apparently, there is a blind racist on the loose. A blind racist on the loose. And let's listen to it. At least that's what I got from the headline, but I haven't listened to the video. So let's get into what it is. Okay. Let's go.
And sometimes try to associate them with what race they might be. I wish I could just completely just ignore it, but I can't help it. If I'm walking down the street and I hear a couple of people and they're like aggressively talking to each other and it's slang and vulgar speech and it's not eloquent, I naturally sometimes think, oh, those people might be black because of their accent. I shouldn't think like that, but there are natural stereotypes out there in the world.
I need this motherfucker's address. I'm going to go see him this weekend. Enough is enough. You
got dialects and sometimes try to associate them with what race they might be. I wish I could just completely just ignore it, but I can't help it. If I'm walking down the street and I hear a couple of people and they're like aggressively talking to each other and it's slang and vulgar speech and it's not eloquent, I naturally sometimes think, oh, those people might be black because of their accent. I shouldn't think like that, but there are natural stereotypes out there in the world.
I need this motherfucker's address. I'm going to go see him this weekend. Enough is enough.
You got dialects and sometimes try to associate them with what race they might be. I wish I could just completely just ignore it, but I can't help it. If I'm walking down the street and I hear a couple of people and they're like aggressively talking to each other and it's slang and vulgar speech and it's not eloquent, I naturally sometimes think, oh, those people might be black because of their accent. I shouldn't think like that, but there are natural stereotypes out there in the world.
I need this motherfucker's
Okay. They got Dr. Umar on the line really quickly. And I don't blame them, right? And while it's probably just a mashup, he probably said. But I like keeping Umar. I need a new Dr. Umar clip. I actually do have one about the lashings. I'm gonna add that into my
education, special education, psychiatric medication, juvenile incarceration, emotional frustration, and premature extermination.
Not the black people sound aggressive and don't speak eloquently. Because, bitch, I know you lying. Let me tell you something.
Not all black people talk the same. And the problem is, once you get me to whispering, it's over. And I can speak very eloquently. That's why my resume looks the way it does. I work in an office full of white people. But I speak in a certain way, and there's a such thing as code switching. Say it with me, chat. Code switching. So this motherfucker that ain't never seen anything in his fucking life is using sound and speech to discriminate against people. And who the fuck decided to interview him without slapping some sunglasses on his ass? Because it's a bit too much for me to look at. See, people, they like to throw the word ableist and shit around. But I'm going to be ableist in response to you being racist. I mean, like you always looking in the back of your head. And see, this is the thing. God already dealt with your ass. He knew you was gonna be a hateful ass spewing motherfucker. And that's why God decided and to yoke up your vision. And that's why you can't see shit. Because you got some nerve to describe. How do you even know what a black person is? Have you ever even seen color? We talk about a nigga, a person who ain't never even colored in a color book. You ain't never even colored in a coloring book. And you sitting up here discriminating against people that you can't even see. And you sitting up here looking dumb without no sunglasses. I don't want to look at you rolling them eyes in the back of your head consistently. It makes me uncomfortable. You don't even know what black or brown look like. You got some nerve. You don't even know if the sky is blue. And you discriminate. Boy, if you don't sit your ass down, I'm going to chill on you, because if I keep talking, I'm going to say too much. I'm going to do too much. But I'm telling you here right now. Stop that shit. I guarantee you, buddy, I could call your ass up on the phone right now and you wouldn't know I'm black. Because baby, code switching is a hell of a thing. How you judging people's physical attributes and you can't even see them? It's called Cassidy for me. And there's going to be people that feel like I'm wrong. You shouldn't say that. That's ableist. Well, guess what?
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
If you can dish it, you need to be able to take it.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
Goddamn googly-eyed motherfucker up here trying to. And that's why God already got your ass. He already dealt with your ass. You got some nerve. Because it don't make no sense. They ain't talking aggressively. They not speaking eloquently. Oh, really? You're not acting eloquently. Oh, I can't with these people. Oh, that's a good thumbnail. Thank y'all for the screenshot. When y'all send me screenshots of my facial expressions, it means a lot. I love those. I use those. I use them on Twitter, and sometimes they make them to my thumbnail. So thank y'all so much. I do appreciate that. He's out of pocket. Rock has encountered with 10 different men in the last year. Until I see a DNA test, it's not mine to answer y'all questions. Yes, it's me. Me and Krishan are officially done. It's strictly business. I tried it, and clearly it was given. You know what? Until I can see an ultrasound, this is for the show, because you know the show gonna get high ratings. What is it? The Zoo stuff come on every Sunday. I ain't believing that. I just Krishan pregnant. Lord have mercy.
Woo! They say he don't see what I'm saying. I bet you he hear it. And guess what?
Don't make me translate me dragging your ass in Braille and send it. I will translate what I'm saying word for word in Braille. And I'll even code switch and send that shit to his store and see what he got to say then. How about that? How about that?
He can't see what I'm saying. I'm sure he can't. I'll translate it, baby. I paid money to translate it. Matter of fact, come on the show. You can hear, have somebody hook your ass up, because I know you can't hook it. Have your helper hook it up and come on the show and talk about it. How about that? He don't know if blood is red or the sky's blue. He don't know nothing. And he's sitting up here being discriminatory, taking up some white supremacist shit that his grandpappy and his mammy and his uncle done taught his ass. No. We got more stories that we need to get into. Do me a favor. Y'all need to hit thumbs up. Drop some pancakes in the chat. If you are a channel member, use your special emojis, okay? And we're going to continue with the show and getting into the things that we need to get into, okay? Hit thumbs up on the video.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Our asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, Stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
All right, y'all. Lord have mercy. This is out of pocket. Out of pocket. All right, so we are back. All right. Check on the cat. He knocking on the door, all this other stuff. All right. Next story. Need something to catch my breath. Run around this house. Run around this house. Okay. How are y'all feeling this evening? And what did y'all have for dinner? I had me a pit ham sandwich. Okay. I had a pit ham sandwich from a pit beef stand. And it was delicious. And they're always so big that I can never eat the whole thing at a time. Now, what does Shannon Sharp wild out about?
What was Shannon Sharp doing? Hold on. I'm going to pull it up on the screen in a second. Oh, he's out here arguing with somebody at the basketball arena? Oh, we're going to have to watch that. I'm going to have to bring y'all the breaking news. I got a couple of pieces of breaking news. We got celebrity stuff we need to get into. We got real news that we still need to get into. This is a good show. Okay? So I'm hoping that we're going to be done before we reach the 3-hour mark. But as much news and information, especially with a Friday night show, okay, we need to get it out. Guess how many heartbeats Krishan posted 3 different clear blue pregnancy tests. Krishan, girl, and that's also not our business. It's also not our business. Krishan is not our business. But okay, Krishan. Okay. I'm gonna put this on the screen really quickly, and I don't really like talking about Krishan much. I really don't. Because I feel like she gets so much attention, and she again, we talked about that line. If you were here in the beginning, shout out to all the people who were here in the beginning of the live. Put a 7 in the chat if you were here in the beginning of the live. Put a 7. Okay. Put a 7, put a 7, put a 7 in the chat if you were here in the beginning. First of all, Krishan and Blueface are consistently rewarded for their bad behavior. But there's a difference between fame and shame, and somewhere the line got blurred. The line has been blurred. People are being shamed. People are laughing at them, and they think because they have this hyper level of visibility that it's fame. And really, you should be ashamed. And that's why I feel like bring shame and secrecy back. Caresha out here, I like getting peed on, and PP Diddy is trending, and you think that that's cool, and you think that that's fame to an extent, and really it's shame, and it should be shame, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Shout out to the people who have been here since the beginning. And let me hurry up and keep it going so that we don't have to be on here for longer than 3 hours. I have a lot of topics. See, if I could come on every day, I would have shows shorter than 3 hours. But I'm trying to get better with my diligence and coming on earlier. Okay? I've been doing better. But shout out to the people who are channel members who are backstage, because we do the 5 o'clock rise sometimes backstage. And that's me going live as soon as I get off work, literally. But nonetheless, let me see. Shannon Sharp got something going on, and this is low-key breaking news. So I want to get into it really quickly and show y'all. Because this is breaking news. Apparently, Shannon Sharp and got into an altercation with people at a basketball arena. Let's get into that. Because Shannon Sharp, you know, he does some stuff, but some people like to call him a tap dancer at times. And then also sometimes he be getting people together. So it really depends. But here's what I want to do. I want to show y'all exactly what's going on in real time. Sometimes I do get updates while I'm live and I try to ignore it. But I feel like bringing y'all updates while I'm here, since my finger is literally always on the pulse, especially the way I have my alerts set up, to give y'all exactly what's going on in real time. Okay? So that's what we're doing right now. And that's another reason why y'all need to subscribe to the channel, period, point blank. The syrup is always hot. It's always juicy. It's always sticky. And it's always new and recent. Okay? So hit thumbs up and make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's really going on with our brother with all them teeth and them very white veneers and too many veneers. Shannon Sharp got too many veneers in his mouth. Let's go ahead and get into what he got going on. What's happening here? What are they doing? What are they doing? What's he going off that miles in that yak? Uh-oh. I need to Well, he didn't put out a statement. Let's see what's going on. Hold up. That miles in that yak. All right, let's see what his statement is about. Okay, he's arguing. We can't really see much outside of him telling somebody he bet they won't. So what's his statement? Okay, so he didn't put out this. Okay, Shannon Sharpe spent halftime in the tunnel with security before returning to his seat for the third quarter. Okay, let me put this on the screen so y'all can actually see it. I feel like this gonna make sense. Somebody in the chat said, I don't know what I'm looking at. Baby, I didn't know what I was looking at either. All I see is Shannon being upset about something. Okay. So, okay, Shannon Sharpe spent halftime in the tunnel with security before returning to his seat for the third quarter. He granted ESPN a brief interview explaining what happened with the Grizzlies on his way to the seat. Okay, so here's what's being said from this statement. They didn't want this smoke, Dave. They do all that talking and jockeying, and I ain't about that jockeying. It started with Dylan Brooks. I said he was too small to guard LeBron. He said, F me. I said, F you back. He started to come at me, and I said, you don't want these problems. And then Ja came out of nowhere talking. He definitely didn't want these problems. Then the dad came, and he obviously didn't want no problems. But I wanted everything they had. Don't let these fools fool you now. Well, okay, Uncle Shannon. Now, we was just talking about Uncle Shannon literally yesterday on the 5 o'clock ride. Backstage on the members only. We were literally just talking about him. I lied to you not. We were just talking about him because we was talking about Tory Lanez veneers and how Tory Lanez got, it seemed like, you know, too many teeth in his mouth, or it looks like Tory Lanez got, he looked like The Mask, right? The promo photo for The Mask with Jim Carrey. And since we was talking about veneers, we was talking about Shannon Sharpe. But anyway, child, that's what's going on with him. And that just broke. And hopefully them brothers can work it out. Hopefully them brothers can work it out. They lucky ain't nobody call the police on these Negroes. You know Shannon be on them miles in that yak. Him and Skip Bayless. Well, more so him. But baby, they lucky ain't nobody call the police. Because, child, you know them white people was sitting in there like,
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
child. I follow Shannon Sharpe mildly because his sentiments always make their way to the timeline because he's very black, although sometimes some of the stuff that he do either is or comes off as tap dance-ish. But baby, it is what it is. It is what it is. They said, I mean, he clearly wanted to smoke. He wasn't afraid of anything, but that's that sports mess. That's the men's business. That's the men's business. And look, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know what to say. Sports be I don't be understanding when sports get that heated, when niggas got to argue, be about to fight, punching TVs, getting the, you know, I used to work in a sports bar, right? I used to work in a sports bar. And so y'all know I'm here in Baltimore. So when the Ravens played, of course there's gonna be a ton of Ravens on, you know, Super Bowl Sunday or playoffs or whatever the case is. So you would have a Ravens fans and people with their jerseys on, and then if we was playing the Steelers, baby, it would get heated. Like if there was ever a time when the Ravens was playing the Steelers, they had to hire and have extra security on hand because sometimes there would be fights between the Steelers and the Ravens playing. It's crazy. The Steelers would stand on that chair and swing the what they call it, the dirty towel, filthy towel, or something like that. And the Ravens and Steelers play. It would get so heated that you could almost always count 8 times out of 10, it would be a fight during, you know, one of those games, whether it was the Super Bowl or close to the playoffs or whatever, when it was the Ravens and Steelers. And it's crazy that men sit there and they watch, because you don't see women doing that. It's literally just men sitting and getting all emotional and heated over a game and trash talk over sports. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. They call it the terrible towel. Okay, yeah, dirty towel, terrible towel, whatever they call it. It's a mess. It's a mess. But that's that, child. Let's move on to the next subject. We got a couple other things we need to talk about. I'm gonna talk about this story because it's real news. Then we need to talk about a member of 3LW throwing shade. Y'all probably already know who she is. We need to talk about gonorrhea. Yes, we need to talk about gonorrhea, and we still need to talk about turkey leg hut as well. Okay. So these are some of the things that we still need to get into. So let's go ahead and get into this next story. This next story, this story didn't necessarily appall me as much as the responses of folks did. So cops are hunting 5 inmates who escaped county jail through plumbing pipes. Okay? Plumbing pipes. And here's the thing. Okay? This is the thing that really gets me about it. I'm looking at this and I'm looking at some of the comments from people. And they like, I hope they get away. I hope they don't catch them. So on and so forth. And I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? Because some of these people, here's the backstory. Let me give you the backstory, and then maybe you'll understand my outrage from there and why people's responses are what they are. See, because me, sometimes when I see a story about a person who has escaped, if they're a nonviolent offender, sometimes I'll be, hey, get it how you live it. You know what I'm saying? But these folks escaped through plumbing pipes. The suspects have been identified. Obviously, we got the wanted poster. Although it was 5 people, only 3 mugshots were presented. So what happened was the group of 5 men, they removed their orange jumpsuits and they were caught on surveillance footage dressed in their undergarments. They were wearing white thermal leggings, aka long johns, white boxers and or basketball shorts, and white t-shirts. So in the surveillance video, it also shows that the inmates took off in a dark gray 2009 Toyota Scion with Missouri temporary plates and no front tag from the parking lot of the Centene Corporation's parking lot at approximately 7 p.m. So they were last seen on camera driving southbound. Now, all 5 men are being held on felony warrants, and 3 of the inmates are known sex offenders. So we talking about 3 sex offenders, right? Who are on the loose. And you got people in the comments saying, I hope they get away. I hope they don't catch them, laughing emojis. Baby, what's funny about that? Why would you? And then I'm under one comment looking, and they was like, did you miss the part where it said 3 of them were sex offenders, meaning they're more than likely pedophiles? I read it, and I hope they get away. Let me tell y'all where this is so y'all can be careful on the loose. And they talking about giving what, a $5,000 reward? Somebody said that's not enough. Get somebody else to do it. To Farmington, Missouri. Father God, help them. Help them. Help them. To get a little bit of common sense. Because it's all fun and cute when you're hoping that sex offenders get away with things of that nature until it's one of your people that they run up on and they offend or assault. This is bananas. They done literally went through the shit pipes. I'm talking, they went through sludge and all types of human remains in order to escape, and got into a car smelling like all types of smelling like Diddy and Caresha's fun time together with a side of Dubai. They smelling like the plastic lining that Diddy and Caresha put down when they have their golden shower time with a side of Dubai, with a side of 2 girls, 1 cup.
Please. I said no, not sex offenders on the list. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna hold you. I be rooting for the non-dangerous ones to get it how they live. But for them offenders, nope. Officer! I hope you like prison food. Officer! Arrest them. Because no, not no offenders out here on the loose. Officer! Gonna get with that mess. No, not no offenders. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? These people is crazy. Completely and absolutely out of pocket. Moving on from our Prison Break segment, and Prison Break was actually a really good show. I had got hooked on it. I watched the whole thing. But moving on from the Prison Break segment, because this is really out of pocket. Okay. Let's get on to the next thing. I want to get into some information regarding gonorrhea. Child, not us sitting up here talking about gonorrhea, but yes, us sitting up here talking about gonorrhea. It's sick. Two cases of new drug-resistant gonorrhea strain have been reported in Massachusetts. Make it make sense for me. Let's get into the information, okay? Show some love to the video. Yes, I'm gonna keep asking you because it's free. Hit thumbs up, hit thumbs up, hit thumbs up. But let's get into the details of this situation, okay? Give you this, and this is some really scary and tragic stuff. I'm glad I hung my jersey up because first of all, the dating pool literally has piss in it. Okay, it's got the Diddy and Caresha juice in the dating pool, and also got a little side of Dubai in there as well. The dating pool is trash. Being single out here in these streets with these ghetto acting, non-truth telling men and women. It's just too much. Way too much. Certainly. Okay. What's Blueface saying? Blueface gotta chill. He all of a sudden acting like he not the problem. I can't. So, okay, let's talk about gonorrhea. Ooh, never thought I'd be talking about that on this show, but here we are. I'll be give y'all all the details. He's about to run it down, and you know it is sticky. Okay, got my notes right here. They said Usher been in Boston. Y'all out of pocket. Y'all did wrong. Y'all.
Ooh, stay positive. Okay, I will. No, I had to throw a little shade. I'm Shady Boo.
Y'all need to stop. Y'all really do.
Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to grow up. Grow up. Tired of telling y'all to grow up. Y'all need to stop it. I'm tired of it, y'all. You ain't finna work me out.
Y'all are horrible. Y'all really are. Okay, so here's what's going on. A drug-resistant strain. There's a lot going on in the medical field. I've never heard of a drug-resistant strain of anything, but I guess it's just a different way of saying something that's incurable, essentially. If it's drug-resistant, it means that they're trying to cure it, but they don't have a way to do so. So here's the story and the details on this. Okay. Earlier this week, Massachusetts health officials learned of 2 new strains of gonorrhea that seem to become resistant to a wide range of antibiotics. Ceftriaxone
injections, okay, different sounding medicine, the primary medication presently used to treat cases of gonorrhea's infection, helped both patients recover. The type that infected them, however, is the first of its kind to be confirmed in the United States. Now, state health authorities warn it has at least some resistance to practically every antibiotic used to treat the infection. So currently, investigators in the CDC are working to evaluate more samples taken from gonorrhea cases in the state. Additionally, contact tracing is being done in Massachusetts to determine if the drug-resistant strain has spread to other people. The discovery of gonorrhea is a serious public health concern, which the health department and the CDC and other health departments have been vigilant about detecting. Now, this was a quote that was stated from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. Her name is Margaret Cook. Now, the CDC reports that after chlamydia, gonorrhea is the sexually transmitted infection that is most frequently reported to health authorities in the United States. Many people who contract the infection frequently show little to no symptoms. However, some people may experience bleeding, discharge, and more severe issues that might cause infertility and discomfort. So a patient who visited a primary care clinic with urethritis symptoms and inflammation that can make it difficult to urinate. Urethritis. Okay, urethritis symptoms was found to be the first case, which was a quote concerning pattern that was identified in the samples by the state's health laboratory, later confirmed by follow-up testing by the CDC. So the two cases had no apparent relation to one another. One had no recent travel history, indicating that the stress might spread within the state. So, long story short, if you out here dating, if you out here sleeping around, if you out here getting your Caresha on and getting a little bit of pee on, okay, be careful. Because can you get STDs through pee? If somebody peeing on you with an STD, using their penis, you know, their STD infected penis, can you get it? Be careful who you screwing. Be careful who you letting pee on you, okay? Because we have a new drug-resistant gonorrhea strain that's being investigated in the United States for the first time. Now, this is scary. It is scary, but hopefully it will encourage you to wrap it up and or not let anyone pee on you, because you could definitely catch this through pee, perhaps. So be careful. Ooh, this is scary. They said stop eating them groceries ASAP. So they said stop eating the butt. They don't want you to eat the butt no more. Well, if that nigga come close to you, like he's supposed to do, yeah, you got to be careful, okay? Krishan sharing too much. Not knowing they were pregnant. Girl. Be careful out here in these streets, because it's getting dangerous. Not only is it getting dangerous, it's getting weird. Somebody commented on one of my Twitter posts earlier today and said, "You don't know what's in Diddy's pee. It's probably lead in it. She need to be careful." I said, "Oh my God." I said, "Oh my God." So here's another thing that I want to get into, another piece of celebrity, and then we're going to talk about Turkey Hut, because Turkey Hut has been in the news before, but they're in the news again, and it's for something worse than they were the first time. They've always had some controversy around them. So
You might not know who this is. So you know what? Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the Instagram page and let you see who this is. Shout out to those of you who are you might be a 90s baby and you know who Kylie Williams is. Okay? Players, they gonna play, and haters, they gonna hate. Ballers, they gonna ball. Shot callers, they gonna call. That ain't got nothing to do with me and you. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Okay, stop playing. Okay, 3LW, they gave us some bops back in the 90s. They were also the Cheetah Girls too. We're Cheetah Girls, Cheetah Sisters. We stick together. All right. So if you know who 3LW is, then you already know. Okay. I'm always going to give some 90s love. I have a lot of new series coming up for y'all this year. I really hope that y'all are ready, like diving into all of the juicy goodness of the 90s. From the toys, the gadgets, the mechanisms before social media came along, our habits, the music, like all other types of things. Like I've got a lot in store for y'all this year. But I love the 90s because that's when I grew up. Okay. I'm getting a little tired of your broken promises. Looking at your pages, seeing different numbers and numbers. Woo! Players and haters, cause ballers gon' ball, shot callers gon' call. Got nothing to do with me and you. Yeah, that's the way it is. Players gonna play, haters gonna hate. That's the way it is. That's just how it's been. Don't play with me. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with memory lane. Let me get serious. Y'all gonna have me get off of here and listening to 3LW when I'm done with this video. Because I always remember the ad-libs. That's one thing I'm good at. Okay. Okay. So, what we need to talk about. Y'all had me up here giving y'all a 3LW concert for free. Yes, 702 was bussing as well. 702 was bussing as well. Okay. The 702, they would definitely, and that's why the show, what was it by Carlos King? I can't remember what it was called. That's what it was so good. I think the group was called Blueprint, but that was one of the better, more recent reality shows. So yeah. What was the most popular 702 song? I don't really wanna. What was the most popular 702 song? I'll think about that for a while, but in the meantime, let me get to the story that I need to get to. So when we talk about 3LW, we think about those three women. We had Adrienne Bailon, we had Natri Naughton, and we had Kylie Williams. Everybody had an issue with Kylie, right? They felt like she was entitled. Her mother was the quote unquote manager of the group. She was very problematic a lot of the times, according to the other girls and the other people. And she was recently on a show, I believe it was on BT or BT Plus or something like that. And what they did was the show gave me a good feeling because it was reality TV. There were plenty of disagreements, but no physical fights. Produced by Carlos King. So you had Keely Williams, who is a former member of 3LW. You had some of the girls from 702 there, some of the girls from In Vogue there. Cherish. What was the song that Cherish had? Y'all remind me in the chat. What was Cherish song? You had a lot of either fallen or former members of girl groups in there, and their goal in that show was to create a song or a group or a vibe. You even had Aubrey there from the damn Danity Kane, but she left early because she just like couldn't handle the energy, or she wanted to stir stuff up, but she didn't really want to deal with the repercussions. Do it, do it, do it, do it. You know them girls be rocking to it, to it. So I feel it really unappreciated. Yes, that was Cherish. Somebody put something else here. Nivea was also there as well, and they were put in this like kind of like pressure cooker to create songs and create music and to come up with a performance and to kind of like dust their shoulders off, because there has been, and not in a disrespectful way, it's just that their peak was a decade or more ago. And so that was the challenge for said show. All of them very talented women who were a part of my girl groups that just aren't together anymore. So I really enjoyed it. I really did enjoy that show a lot. The group that they put together, they had to come up with a name and a name of the of the album, a name of the song, and get in the studio and do all this other type stuff. Some people were rusty and some weren't, and some were rusty in some areas and some weren't. Some could still sing but they couldn't dance. Some could still dance but they couldn't sing. Some had both, some had neither. It was pretty good. Okay. I loved it. What I'll say is this: the girls didn't like Keely in 3LW. All the girls in the house didn't like Keely in this show either. So it's like, who's really the problem here? Who's really the problem? Nonetheless, they did put out this one song that's really good. I'm not going to play the audio because I don't want to get like a copyright strike or anything like that. But all these months later, it seemed like this show, I was probably watching it summer of last year. That's how long ago it was. And she finally like puts out a visual to her dancing to it. And don't get me wrong, she's a mom. You know what I mean? She's had a couple of kids, Kylie from 3LW. A lot of people felt like Kylie was entitled when she was in 3LW because her mom was a manager and she thought she was better, but she wasn't a good vocalist or whatever the case was. So they said Kylie is given, I'm still here. Yes, that's that Tisha Campbell song, aka Gina from Martin. But yeah, she was kind of giving that a little bit. I can't lie. But nonetheless, the show was it was pretty good. I wish I could remember that 702 song so I could sing it. But it's probably best I don't. I done sang enough songs. So this came out, right? And then I saw this last night, way before the neighborhood talk posted it, okay? And this is me down memory lane. Like, look, if you into the 90s stuff, you into the 90s stuff. If you're not, you're not. Just understand when you watch me, I'm always going to take a trip down memory lane, more than likely to the 90s, okay? So I'm looking at Kylie's comments last night, because this was last night. The neighborhood talk didn't pick it up. Again, my finger's always in a pause. Neighborhood talk didn't pick it up until midday afternoon today, literally after 12 o'clock. So I'm in her comments and somebody said, I'm convinced that Kylie is, she's the only one from 3LW that still got it. And, they say, when I say it, I don't mean just singing. I know Adrienne Bailon, and Adrienne Bailon, she was on The Real show that got canceled. But, nonetheless, she was there for a while. She still has a relevant career. I know Adrienne can sing. They all can. But Kylie is still, the only one that still has the spirit of a performer. I'm sorry, but the rest of them don't have it in them anymore. And Kylie turns around and says, Adrienne left because she was wrong. I hate a hating ass bitch. But that's you, baby. I do what I can, and I do it to the best of my ability, heart. It's just giving that. It's just giving. Yes, where my girls at? From the front to back. While is he feeling that?
Pull my hands up, can you repeat that? Trying to take my man, see I don't need that. So don't play yourself. Yes, that's the main 702 song I was thinking about. Even though they did sing the Stilo song, which turned out being the song that was like the intro song to Cousin Skeeter that was on Nick Jr. at the time, when Tyena and all that and Keenan and Kel and all of them were like at their peak. When I tell you I be into the 90s, I be into the 90s, okay? But Kylie, I just feel like she's being bitter. And I saw her personality on the, on the reality show with all the other girls. And it's just given Kylie, girl, every group of people that you're supposed to, or that you're supposed to be working with business-wise, you just don't get along with them. Like, at this point, it's not everybody else, it's you. And it's not even like you have this star factor to the point where it's like, oh, they jealous because she is hella talented. Like, if Beyonce was trying to work with 8 different groups right now that were trying to make it and sing, and Beyonce was the most talented person and already has her stature and already has her talent, we could easily use the jealousy excuse, because it's like, you're not her, y'all are hating, y'all are upset, and y'all aren't even half as talented as her. But that's not what Kylie is. Kylie be given, I'm jealous, I'm washed up, these other girls have other things to offer. Kylie goes into this group, and that's how it was called Encore. It was called the Encore. And put a 9 in the chat if you've ever seen it. Put a 9 in the chat if you've seen Encore. Okay? Put a 999. Put a 9 in the chat. And she goes in there, and all the other girls, the Cherish girls, can still very much still sing and put down. The woman Pam from the, was it Total or 702? She can still that was still some very time. Kylie didn't have it. She went in the studio and it sounded horrible. And so she's like, well, I want to be the manager of the group. Girl, manage what? Like, no. Everybody just don't be, it's Total. Okay. Everybody just don't be feeling you. And at this point, it's you want to blame it on the 3LW girls. And here's the thing, Nautry Naughton came out and she said, them girls didn't like me because I was dark. Talking about Adrian and Kylie. Then there was a story about Kylie throwing KFC chicken and mashed potatoes at the girls in a limo one time. So Kylie had always felt emboldened because her mother was the manager of the group. And if your mother's the manager of the group, what is the probability that you're ever going to be held accountable or kicked out the group if you're not pulling your weight or coming through with the talent that you need to come through with? So Kylie was getting hella entitled, and it was given very much light-skin privilege type stuff. I'm getting a little tired of your broken promises, looking at the break the thing, it's different number to number. But here's the thing about it. Here was the caption. This is what really caught me when I saved it last night when I saw it. Kylie said 15 minutes to learn because Carlos King, the producer, director, and he produces and directs a lot of other shows, or produces rather. 15 minutes to learn because Carlos King doesn't want to see me win. Thank you for being so supportive. And she added 2 other people, more than likely her choreographer and her stylist or whatever, right? And that's because, they were put in the pressure cooker. And Kylie always looked dumb when she was, when she was there trying to learn the choreography in a couple seconds or a couple minutes. She looked horrible compared to the other girls. While everybody might have been rusty, Kylie was more rusty than anybody else. She couldn't sing. She couldn't dance. It wasn't given. She just couldn't. So now, 6, 7, 8 months later, she's like, oh, now I finally got the girl. Not almost a year later, because I only got 15 minutes because Carlos doesn't want to see me win. No, at the end of the day, it is a competition. This isn't something where he's sitting you down behind the scenes and he's saying, look, you got 5 months to learn this. No, it's a competition. And the other girls won and you lost, essentially. There wasn't ever a winner chosen. They had points where people were voting on who should go or stay, but you know, but she still clearly cares. She's still passionate about music and dance and performing in general. So, you know, shout out to her. I'm not, you know, putting her down. Cool performance. She's a mom, you know, she has some kids. So, and you know, being a mom, it changes your body. And I mean, just getting older in general, when your grown weight hits your body, it hits different. So, that's all I'll say. I won't pick it apart. I do have more thoughts about it, but I'll keep them to myself, even though I'm still impressed with what she's done. But it took a long time for her to be able to produce this and learn dance moves to a song that they were in the house. And look, if we seen it on TV 7 months ago, imagine when they filmed it. It was probably literally a year or 13, 14, 15 months ago. So I just... Where my girls at? Where my girls? From the front to back, while is you feeling that? He is my property, and any girl that touch, I might just call her bluff, cause I don't give a who are you to call myself. All right, so let's, I need to get on to the next subject. Cause I wish you well. Any girl that tried has fell. Oh, from the front to back, why is he feeling that? Don't get me started. Put one hand up, can you repeat that? Trying to take my man, see I don't need that. Don't play yourself. Okay? Don't get me started. So we need to talk about Turkey Leg Hut. Do y'all remember Turkey Leg Hut and why they was in the news in general at all? At all. What is that? Let me save that for later. Turkey Hut was in the news quite a while ago. Always got some controversy to them that is obviously like not positive. And they're in the news again for not paying their bills. So I'm going to let y'all listen to it because y'all may or may not know what Turkey Hut is. But you're going to learn today if you don't already. They were in the news prior because of their dress code. It went viral on social media. They basically wanted people to be fully clothed, no shorts, whatever the case. The dress code was so extreme that folks started complaining about it. Okay? Hey, don't you violate me, because I'm going to make you hate me if you decide to mess with my charm. You down to size, make you realize that you understood this time. All right, let me give it up. I'm gonna give it up. But I'm saying what I'm saying. Hey. So let's get into Turkey Leg Hut, child, because I mean, it's a Black-owned business. So it's let's start there, right? Because you want to automatically go to your mind and give them some grace because it's a Black-owned business, right? Let's go ahead and see what's going on in the news clip and then hear what the owner has to say about it. Okay.
Against Turkey Leg Hut accuses them of not paying their grocery bills. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf first broke this story and is outside the restaurant tonight.
A lot of people surprised by this. We've all seen the lines outside Turkey Hut. This place can be packed any day of the week, but now lawsuit claims they haven't been paying some bills. One of Houston's most popular restaurants, known nationwide.
Houston's most iconic restaurant.
It's all over TikTok.
Yeah, that's how I heard it.
Yeah, so they told us about it. It went viral on TikTok.
I told you I had to stop at Turkey Leg Hut.
We've been there for the long lines. Now Turkey Leg Hut being sued, more than $1 million, accused of not paying their food vendor.
I'm really surprised that, they are in this situation, considering that they're pretty busy, high volume restaurant.
The recently filed lawsuit claims Turkey Leg has failed to pay U.S. Foods roughly $85,000 for produce sold, adding as of this date, Turkey Leg owes U.S. Foods almost $1.3 million.
Obviously, there was an agreement signed with the restaurant and that actual distributor. It will make it difficult for him to outsource any other vendor in the city.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's a false claim, but it is far-fetched.
Customers here from Houston and beyond learning about the allegations.
I really hope they get it figured out.
Yeah, me too.
It's a really good business from the little short stay that we had. The food was really good.
Popular restaurants. The lawsuit against Turkey Leg Hut accuses them of not paying their grocery bills. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf first broke this story and is outside the restaurant tonight.
A lot of people surprised by this. We've all seen the lines outside Turkey Hut. This place can be packed any day of the week, but now a lawsuit claims they haven't been paying some bills. One of Houston's most popular restaurants, known nationwide.
Houston's most iconic restaurant.
It's all over TikTok.
Yeah, that's how I heard it.
Yeah, so they told us about it. It went viral on TikTok.
I told you I had to stop at Turkey Leg Hut.
We'd been there for the long lines. Now Turkey Leg Hut being sued, more than $1 million.
Oh, I see. Somebody in the comments said that's Millie. That's Millie voice. But you know what? It did sound like Millie voice when they said, "I told you I had to stop at Turkey Leg Hut." That did sound like Millie. It did. Let's get into, just to give y'all some backstory. For those of you all who are not familiar with Turkey Leg Hut and what they be having going on, let's get you familiar with some of their dress code. And then we will get into, and shout out to Ma already, y'all, okay? Since that's at least that's the voice I think it is. They said in the I do agree it sounds like her. I'm not 100% positive, but it do sound like her. So let me see what's going on. Ooh. Turkey Leg Hut says, new dress code. Please know that we are a family-friendly restaurant that serves all ages of children to adults, and putting this dress code in place was necessary to ensure that all parties from our guests to our staff are dressed appropriately when in our establishment. Unfortunately, due to the attire of some guests, we are forced to put this new policy in place as we remain committed to ensuring all guests are comfortable while visiting us. We are not a club. We are a family-friendly restaurant and will continue to maintain our standards as we welcome everyone to the Turkey Leg Hut. And here's the thing that a lot of people are saying. They're saying, y'all busy worried about controlling how people dress and y'all ain't paying y'all bills. How do y'all owe U.S. Food Service $1.1 million? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But let's get into what this thing says here. Okay. No excessively revealing clothing, including distressed or ripped clothing that's revealing. Shorts must cover your entire bottom. No obscene language or baggy clothing. No inappropriate graphics or language on the clothing. No excessively baggy or sagging pants. No house attire, wave caps, do-rag, house shoes, shower caps. No exposed undergarments. No sports bras, panties, or any other garments resembling these items. No swimwear of any kind is allowed. Let me see and make sure this here says the same thing. Let me see. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, Black-owned establishments can't have a dress code. It's just that this went viral and some people were turned away for things that, might have been in the gray area, right? All body parts got to be covered. All cleavage, breasts, thighs, and buttocks must be completely covered. I mean, so hold up. That's what I'm saying. Because I got big titties. And this is a regular shirt, right? Even when I'm at work, I do have this much cleavage showing. And it's not that I want to. It's just that some shirts are like that. So do I got to have my cleavage? There's just a little bit of cleavage. There's still more down here. But I have big breasts. And for women with big breasts, if we wear a V-neck, Like, stop worrying about my 2 inches of cleavage, because sometimes I do have the girls out, but I still don't have no nipples showing. And it's not my fault that I got big titties. And I shouldn't be excluded from wearing a basic V-neck shirt just because I got big titties and my titties are always going titty. But you busy worried about my titties and you ain't paying your bill. $1.1 million. You got a bill of $1.1 million. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. I get the no swimwear cleavage. The only thing naked here. Oh, I know. The only thing naked here is turkey legs and chicken wings. I know you lying. See, because y'all thought that was clever and you thought it was cute. But what about this $1.1 million? The only here naked is the turkey legs and chicken wings. Okay.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
I know I'm going to dress appropriately. I'm just saying, there was some people in really basic things. They talking about the graphics on your shirt when you are fully covered. You know what I'm saying? That's white people establishment bullshit sometimes. You know, they got all these exclusions, nothing ripped. I don't want to see anything on your shirt that I find offensive. So if I come in there in a shirt that says NWA, you know what I'm saying, or a shirt of NWA and a still shot from the Fuck the Police video, technically, according to your dress code, I can't get in. It's a mess. It's too much. And see, y'all spent all this time drafting up shit to exclude certain black people from your establishment, and you $1.1 million behind on your bills. That's a lot. I can see it. 1.1 is a lot. Okay? Say what you want to say. I get the undergarments thing. I ain't gonna hold you. I get the swimwear, the house attire, baggy clothes and the things like that. But I bet you if Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube and them walk up in your establishment with they baggy clothes, I guarantee you won't turn them away. You know what I mean? So it's and this is some of the stuff that was in the middle ground and the gray area of their controversy prior to. Okay. So this is some of the reason why they were trending beforehand. Let's get into the co-owner's response to this situation. Now, this is something that you don't see other places. You won't see other places. And I want you to listen to this. I haven't seen it posted on the blogs. I don't know if the blogs don't know how to track this person down and where their page is, but I found it. And so we're going to get into it. So make sure you hit thumbs up if you haven't already. All right. And we are going to get into the response of the co-owner of this situation and continue to talk about Turkey Hut. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with that. We're going to listen to this twice just to make sure that we got it all the way. Hold on.
They're overpriced. No, that's for the broke people. We're overpriced. But as soon as y'all get y'all income tax, same people online telling we broke, they run right up in there. So, you know, you have to be able to decipher through what the hate is, what's going on. Like I said, baby, once you deal with them feds, you deal with that state, man, it's legit. Especially when you know you ain't nothing wrong. So understand this. There's nothing out there that can say, oh, they've done this, they've done this. Man, we had a hell of a run. A hell of a run. It's still running. Still running tough. So we running tough. Not at all. So it's kind of hard for everybody. And what's going on with this lawsuit? The proof will come out just like came out with the wood, the smoke, and all that. you know, as a culture, we are crap, so we run with it. And the thing is, they can't fathom how a black couple has done what we've done. So anything that, as they say, catch bait, all that clickbait, all that mess, they run with it because they can't stand it. They can't stand it. COVID, man, they booming. Holidays, boom, they booming. They overpriced. No, that's for the broke people. We're overpriced. But as soon as y'all get y'all income tax, same people online telling we broke, they run right up in there. So, you know, you have to be able to decipher through what the hate is, what's going on. Like I said, baby, once you deal with them feds, you deal with that state, man, it's legit. Especially when you know you ain't done nothing wrong. So understand this. There's nothing out there that can say, oh, they've done this, they've done this. Man, we had a hell of a run. A hell of a run. It's still running. Still running tough. So we running tough. Not at all. So it's kind of hard for everybody. What's going on with this lawsuit?
So, what did he just say? What did he just say? He said a whole bunch of nothing. What did he say? Yeah, I mean,
Suit, the proof will come out just like came out with the wood, the smoke, and all that. You know, as a culture, we are crap, so we run with it. And the thing is, they can't fathom how a black couple has done what we've done. So anything that, as they say, catch bait, all that clickbait, all that mess, they run with it because they can't stand it. They can't stand it. COVID, man, they booming. Holidays, boom, they booming. They overpriced. No, that's for the broke people. We're overpriced. But as soon as y'all get y'all income tax, same people online telling we broke, they run right up in there. So, you know, you have to be able to decipher through what the hate is, what's going on. Like I said, baby, once you deal with them feds, you deal with that state, man, it's legit. Especially when you know you ain't done nothing wrong. So understand this. There's nothing out there that can say, oh, they've done this, they've done this. Man, we had a hell of a run. A hell of a run. It's still running. Still running tough. So we running tough. Not at all. So it's kind of hard for.
What did he just say? Somebody tell me. Because it's definitely giving a whole bunch of nothing. Baby, I listened to what you said 5 times. And you said a whole bunch of nothing. Basically, we're making a lot of money in COVID and they're trying to, people say we're too expensive. Oh, let me guess. It's the typical, they trying to take a black successful man down, man. They trying, no, the bottom line, did you pay U.S. Food Service that $1.1 million? U.S. Food Service, look, I got a couple people in my family that worked for them for well over 20 years, and they pay well, great insurance. And honestly, I've never heard of a lawsuit from them. There may have been some, but they just not taking out a lawsuit on you for nothing because you a black man and they trying to tear you down. They trying to tell, oh, I'm successful. They see me winning. They trying to take me down, y'all. You want a dress code for your restaurant. You need a dress code for an interview because why did you go live and address this with no motherfucking shirt on? Put a shirt on. What? You want people to be decent when they come to your establishment. If you're talking about your establishment and the controversy surrounding your establishment without doing a press conference, why don't you have a shirt on, buddy? Let alone a button up, let alone a bow tie or any type of tie. I get so tired. You know, you get to holding R. Kelly accountable. Y'all just trying to tear it on a black man. Accountability is not an attack. I repeat, accountability is not an attack. Did you pay them people that $1.1 million for the $1.1 million worth of turkey leg that you've been selling? Did you want to call customers broke? Some people say be too expensive. This conversation ain't about y'all being too expensive. It's conversation about you paying your fucking bills. It's been people that's been thinking that you're too expensive. It didn't stop you from being as popular as you have been. How dare you start calling random people, potential customers, people who may come to you when they get the payday that gives them enough room or spending money to buy your stolen turkey wings? Because at this point, they stolen turkey wings. If you ain't paid U.S. Food Service, they $1.1 million, and your customers are eating stolen turkey wings. Somebody put in the chat, stolen turkey wings. Somebody put in the chat, stolen turkey wings. Stolen turkey wings. You stealing turkey wings in your product, in your inventory. You stealing inventory from U.S. Food Service, stolen turkey wings. Your customers eating, and you got a nerve to call the people that ain't ate a stolen turkey wing yet. You calling them broke. They say I'm too expensive. It's just we broke. Because I ain't ate a stolen turkey wing yet. I'm broke. Make it make sense. He gonna get me so mad. I'm gonna get the whispering. Don't get me started. Everybody out here eating stolen turkey wings, and he blaming the people that ain't ate a stolen turkey wing yet, and he busy insulting them, and he's sitting up here not in the dress code that he want to enforce in his restaurant and shit, deflecting from the fact that he ain't paid a $1.1 million bill yet. You know how frustrated U.S. Food Service got to get to take out a lawsuit on you because you ain't paid nothing? Did y'all write stolen turkey wing in here? Stolen turkey wing. This is what I'm saying. Stolen bootleg turkey wings. I mean, just stolen turkey wings. It don't make sense. And he deflecting and talking about everything else. This is what gets me. Don't nobody care about their muscles. Pay them people their money. There's a lot of people with muscles. That guy, Big Groove, that be dancing and cooning, and anywhere his big thick ass can fit, he go in there and he just dancing, show them teeth and biting the watermelon and food, and he got muscles too. We don't care about. We're not impressed by that. Stop it. Stolen turkey wings. And he up here trying to make us feel bad because we ain't ate a stolen turkey wing yet. No, sir. No, sir. No. On this Good Friday, matter of fact, it's 12:56 in the morning over here in Baltimore. It's technically Saturday morning. I'm not having it. Let me tell you something. I'm not having it. Sweetheart, I'm not having any bit of, I'm not having it. You talking about the only thing naked over here is the wings and the turkey wings. No, I saw you naked in that video without no shirt on, and I'm not impressed. You giving bootleg Melvin from Baby Boy. And I'm not impressed. What, you thought that was going to distract me? You thought that was going to distract me from the stolen turkey wing? No, sir.
Light-skinned Melvin, put some clothes on. Pay your fucking bills. And stop calling the people that ate stolen turkey wings broke. Because you got some motherfucking nerve. Me not having a stolen turkey wing ain't got shit to do with your $1.1 million unpaid bill. Nothing. Okay? Oh, light-skinned Melvin head ass. You swear you Melvin from Baby Boy. You're not. See, because he went on tax money and he feel like this bad press. He said, uh-oh. He said, uh-oh. This bad press, the people not going to give me their tax money. Let me call them broke. It's going to make them want to spend. Uh-oh. No. Tax money, regular money, November money, Thanksgiving money, Halloween money, 4th of July, Juneteenth money. It don't matter what it is. I ain't giving it to you. I'm not eating no stolen turkey wings from you. You don't deserve it. And calling me broke is some lackluster ass reverse psychology, and it don't work on me, brother. Try that on another Negro. It's not gonna work on me. You got some nerve, Melvin. Generic fake ass Melvin. You got some nerve. Some goddamn turkey leg hut. Stolen turkey legs. He need to stop. He really need to stop. For real. Whoever hyped him up and told him to go live needs to be slapped. Because, like, won't you be quiet? Be quiet. Won't you be quiet?
Won't you be quiet? Please.
It's too much. Way too much. Now I'm broke because I ain't ate at Turkey Hut and don't want to eat a contraband ass wing. Stop that shit. Let's move on. Let's move on. We got to change the energy a smidge, okay? Because he got me so upset that I had to whisper. I tell you, he got me so upset that I had to begin to whisper. And so we need to flip the energy. Flip the energy into something else. Happy goddamn Friday night. I am having a good time. Although he got me into my little whisper. But I feel like he needed that read and that breakdown and them stolen wings. Chicken wings, turkey wings, whatever type of wings they had. Pretty wings, y'all. Stolen wings, y'all. I had to put them on blast. Pretty wings, all right. This Friday night, I had to call out them stolen wings. It's important. Support black businesses. They trying to tell, oh, they see me doing good with my business, so they just... 1.1 million dollars they talk about you ain't paid them, and they just trying to take a black man down. Sir, if you don't gonna get the fuck out my face,
it was gone. Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Too much. It's too much. If you ain't already shared this live, share this live with somebody. Share it with somebody. Share it with somebody that like to laugh. They like the funny things. They like the serious things. They like all the things. They like to get sticky. We over here getting sticky. Share this live on Twitter, group chats, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Hit the damn thumbs up button, and you damn sure want to make sure you subscribe. Because, baby, I'm going to expose these pretty wings, stolen wings, contraband wings. We exposing wings on this channel. God damn it, I might get fired over P. Diddy. We was talking about that earlier. My boss came through and saw me taking notes for the show, and I wrote P. Diddy, and I still might get fired. I still feel like I might get fired. Because they P. Diddy on the... There's a lot of reasons you need to support this channel. So, no, I'm serious though. Let's flip the energy, okay? We need to go ahead and flip the energy. And we need to get into the next goddamn subject. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get into the next subject. We're gonna move on from stolen wings because they still in limbo of criminal activity. Selling eating stolen wings is one thing if you don't know that they stolen wings, but selling stolen wings when you that's something different. So I'm gonna let y'all go and I'm gonna follow up on this story. But we're going to move on to the next one. Okay. Let's go. If you haven't already hit thumbs up on the video, make sure you do so. If you are a channel member and you are in the chat, use your special emoji, sound off, use those things. I do need to put some more channel emojis, but I think we got like what, 10, 11, 12, 13 special emojis. Use your special emojis if you are a channel member. Put some pancakes in the chat if you aren't a channel member and you're considering joining. And we will be right back with the rest of the show this evening. Okay? Okay.
It's Pam. Pamela James.
Girl, you have got to tell me about your night last night.
Same mess. Time and time again.
It's crazy, man. It's like women after women. Draws after draws, dog. GTD. Yeah.
You shouldn't give up so easily, Pam. Huh. You never know. You might find something that's forever. Like me and my Martin.
Like Martin?
You know what? I'm worried about her. I want to see her with someone special. She deserves that.
I'm the love doctor, Tommy. All right. Sometimes love is right where you never expect it. Sometimes love's in your face.
You know what, Pam? Search our whole life looking for a friend. Soulmate.
But Tommy, we can't do this. We're friends.
But what if we came so much more?
We can't tell Martin and Gina about this.
Is something different?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Something is up. I know when my girl is hiding something from me.
Tommy, what are you doing here?
Came to bring these here.
I'm the happiest I've ever been.
I'm happy for you, Pam. But what about Cole?
Girl, so what? Everybody hates Cole.
You better, I'm telling you better. Girl, he's not so bad. You gotta figure out a way to tell him. Everybody better be willing. Girl, something is wrong.
Get out my face!
Shut your ass up, Cole.
Do you even know if Tommy has a job? What does he do for a living? Why can't you ever tell me the truth, Tommy?
Look, Pam, and we don't need to know everything.
Then I can't trust you. What are we doing?
Do you know how exhausting it is for everybody to see me as a joke? I'm sick of this shit.
I don't know what he's gonna do.
I don't know what he's gonna do, Pam.
Season 5. Tommy, what the fuck does this even mean?
We boys, right?
We always gonna be boys.
It's Pam. Pamela James.
All right, now we are back. We are back. And we done talking about these stolen turkey wings. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind trying one. But eating a stolen turkey wing, it sounds like a little jail time for me. You know, so I just want to know y'all done paid y'all bills before I eat one. You know what I mean? I want to be a part of you stealing money from another company because you ain't paying them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a part of y'all RICO charging y'all organized crime. If you're running this restaurant and all these different chains, the $1.1 million, it ain't just from one restaurant. It's from all these other restaurants. So me eating a stolen turkey wing, I don't want to be a part of y'all criminal organization. I don't want to want to be taking a bite of one of y'all wings and be a part of y'all RICO charge, because it sounds like an organized attempt to steal money from U.S. food services. You know what I'm saying? So once y'all pay y'all bills, I want to have a bite. But, you know, until then, keep them stolen turkey wings to yourself. And how dare you call me broke because I ain't had a bite yet? Do you know what I'm working with? Do you know what I'm not? Stop it. Stop deflecting and pay your bills. Okay? Running around with no shirt on, talking about a business, a dress code. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. So look. Look. I call on Father Lord Jesus a lot. You know, we covered the story not too long ago, earlier in this show, where the folks had escaped the prison cell through the plumbing pipes, which means that they literally climbed through Caresha and Diddy juices and a dab or two or a glob of Dubai, right? They climbed through some number 1 and some number 2 in order to get out. And some people hope that they get away, not to mention 3 out of the 5 were sex offenders, right? And I said, Father Lord Jesus, help these people understand. Father Lord Jesus, please help Turkey Hut understand what it is that they got going on. Okay? And I hope they get it together, honestly. It's a Black-owned business, so I don't hope the worst for them, but it's just, you know, the cockiness along with the insulting people to deflect from the fact that they ain't paid their bills. It's bananas to me. But listen, look, it's so easy. It really is. It's so easy to sit and cut up and focus on the things that Black people are doing less than, right? The things that are less than positive that Black people are doing. It's less than positive, the things that are out of line, but it's important to focus on upstanding and model citizens, past or present, right? And when it comes to Black excellence and Black progress, we do really need these reminders. We need these reminders. And this is the reason why on my show, listen, I'm going to sit and I'm always going to sit and I'm going to cut up. I'm going to sit and I'm going to talk about what the celebrities are doing, or maybe even what's going on in real life. If there's something that is laugh worthy, I'm always going to bring my sense of humor or find a sense of humor in any of the stories that I talk about. And I like to bring a balance. I want to entertain you. I want to inform you. I want to do both of those things. They call it infotainment. Okay. I'm giving you information, but I'm also entertaining you at the same time. It's a balance. And I'm going to do both of those things. And for that reason, y'all know I have my Black History segment, and that is what it's time for. Some of y'all might click off, and I'm going to clock it. It's 235 people in the chat right now. Let's see, when I get into talking about Black history, how many people stick around to really hear it. And this is the reason why sometimes when I have this segment, sometimes I put it in the middle of the show. Sometimes I make it the second segment. I got to put it in the beginning to make sure people get it, because you're going to learn today. It's important. If you're only taking in what the blogs say and all of the negative representation of us, and you don't take the time to take in the positive representation and the positive reminders of us, whether it be past or present, you know, that's a problem. You start to forget the power that we have as Black people and how influential we can be and how innovative we are and how powerful we are and how much we are a part of the blueprint of at least America's society. I know there are several people who watch me who aren't in America, but look, it is what it is. Okay. So I mentioned 235, 6 people have already left, and that's okay. But we're going to get into our Black History segment, and it's not going to be long, but it is something that we need to talk about. I need to do my due diligence. I like to talk about celebrities. I like to talk about Black news. I like to talk about Black happenings. And I also like to talk about Black history and Black excellence. And that's what makes me different as a content creator. I'm not just sitting up here talking about celebrities. I talk about what's going on in the Black world as well, past and present. Okay. So let's get into the Black history segment and see how y'all feel about it.
Now, let's spend a little bit of time with our ancestors, or at least listening to them, because you know they always tell us you don't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. So let's get into a little bit of Black history with this Black History moment.
You in that crowd.
They got me in the system. Why they gotta do me like that?
Got love for y'all, which I don't love. Just about the feeling. Get down. Say it louder. I got
All right, and we are back. Somebody asked where Leo is. Look, he's here. I'll bring him up in a second. I literally went to go grab him while I had this playing for the to get y'all in here. Okay. Okay, well they can. Leo said he's a part of Black History, so he wants to be a part of this. Y'all see Big Drip, see, because he been having his silver chain on. Now he got his gold one on. Y'all saw that little paw? He said, give me what you got. He said, give me what you got, little mama. Give me what you got. Hey. All right. All right, you can go ahead and get down. Get down. Leo, get down. Get. Okay. So, let's get into this Black history, okay? It's what we need to talk about. It's what we need to discuss. All right, we need to get into our Black history. And I do have a couple of things that I think are very important because, again, Black history is so much more than February, right? February is Black History Month. It's coming up. You'll see a lot of the phony people or platforms and corporations who want to talk about Black history just because it's February. Black history is a 365 thing, and this is why, as much as I can, when I incorporate my shows that have several different subjects, Black history on this day in Black history is something that I do all the time. So again, we started with 235 people. Now we're at 219. It's okay, but we're just clocking the people. I understand a lot of people click away during Black history, but this is what we're going to talk about today for Black history. Black folk have been lynched for the longest period of time. Okay, so today is January 20th, or at least an hour and 20 minutes ago, it was the 20th. Let's just act like today is still Friday, right? January 20th in 1990. So we're talking about on this day in Black history. African-American Congressman George H. White introduced a bill to make lynching of Americans a federal offense. Now, the bill died in the committee. But in 1990, 105 African Americans were lynched in the United States. And so you may ask yourself, it was 1900. So let me go back and do that again. January 20th, 1900, African American Congressman George H. White introduced a bill to make the lynching of Americans a federal crime. Now, the bill died in the committee, but in that same year, which was 1900, 105 African Americans were lynched in the United States. So you might ask yourself, especially when I'm seeing this piece of history, I'm like, this is interesting because we're talking about an anti-lynching bill, and there was an African American congressman back in 1900, more than a century ago, that was trying to pass a bill to make it illegal to lynch us. If you don't remember, let me just refresh your memory, because when you hear the anti-lynching term or anti-lynching bill term, you might think that was something that they most recently did, and that's absolutely true. When did it become illegal? More than a century after it was first proposed, President Biden signed the historic law making lynching a federal crime. After more than a century of efforts by civil rights leaders to make lynching a federal crime, President Joe Biden on March 29th, 2022, signed into law a historic anti-lynching legislation. That's crazy to me. And it should be crazy to you too. It really should. Then, since we're talking about January 20th, okay, in 2001, then we have the first Black Secretary of State, Colin Luther Powell, was sworn in by President George W. Bush as Secretary of State. He was the first Black Secretary of State here in the United States of America. And so I think it's important just to mix in and blend into regular conversation, whether it's barbershop talk, hair salon talk, YouTube video talk, where we talking, about celebrities and trending topics. It's important to remind us of the excellence and the boldness and the bravery. Because in one breath, the history that was made with Colin Luther Powell, that's history. And that's proven that we are capable of doing things that have never been done before, right? First Black Secretary of State. And when it comes to the attempt in 1900 of an African-American congressman, George H. White, who was brave enough to introduce, which is enough to get you killed, honestly, back then and now, trying to introduce something that's going to protect or stop the killings of Black folk, that's enough to get you killed. That's a different level of bravery. I feel like putting more of those reminders in our faces it won't necessarily all the way balance out all the ratchetness that we consume on a daily basis through the blogs and the mainstream media, but reminders of how much we have and how much we can accomplish. It does something to your psyche. When you get up every day and you see nothing but Black people in the news and the terrible representation of us, Black people acting a fool, Krishan and Blueface and whoever else acting a fool, showing their ass, literally, whatever. And you don't see reminders of we invented stuff, we're innovative, we made history, we're brave enough, we do this. It messes with your psyche in a way, and it starts to make you subconsciously you operate in a place where you don't understand how great you can be, because nobody's talking about the great things that your ancestors and the people and the generations that came before you, nobody's creating conversations about the things that they have done. So I think it's important to mix in some of the Black excellence and the Black history, whether the history be present or something that happened before. We were on the other day and we were talking about the history that was being made with somebody new who's being sworn into office, the first Black governor here in Maryland. And that's history. And so if you don't have examples like that in your face, astronauts, doctors, there was another one that I did the day before yesterday that was about the first person who ever performed a successful open heart surgery, which was a Black person. So we're talking about in the field of medicine, literally saving lives and making history at the same time. So if we don't have reminders of excellence and bravery and all those other things in our faces, sometimes we can forget, especially based on how we're conditioned on social media to only consume Black foolery and negativity. And I think it's important to create conversations about how amazing we are, how amazing we have been, our ancestors, and the people who walk among us today, who are brave enough to create Black excellence in history today. So that's the reason why Black history is, goddammit, a part of my curriculum. You don't catch a lot of other. I always make it a point to put on this day in Black history. I make it a point to make that a part of my show anytime I'm talking about more than a handful of topics. I do, because I think that it's important. And I know I might talk your head off about it. Some of y'all might feel like it's overkill. You do this every night. If you feel like Black excellence and reminding y'all how amazing we are is overkill, but you don't think it's overkill, the toxicity and the negativity that you see on the blogs is overkill, then that's a problem with you, not me. Not me. And again, we've had over 30 people click off since I've talked about Black excellence. But when I was talking about the mess, and when I was talking about the celebrities, and when I was talking about Diddy peeing on Caresha, oh, everybody was here for it. But don't let me talking about how amazing we are as a people. People don't want to hear that. They click away. So if you feel like Black excellence and Black history and the positive shit that we and our ancestors and the generations and the people who came before us, if you feel like that's overkill, then I might not be for you. I might not be for you. And you, in that opinion, is not going to stop me from talking about and reminding you and us and all of us. Some of the Black history you may know. I might go over 1 or 2 Black history facts that you already know. But sometimes you need to be reminded. Do you remember everything you learned from 1st and 12th grade? Sometimes you need to be reminded. Sometimes you're rusty. And sometimes you might be rusty on certain pieces and artifacts and people who were influential in Black history. And that is what this segment right here is about. So get used to it. I'm not sorry for talking your head off about how amazing we are. I'm not sorry. I'm going to do that every chance I get. Every chance I get. And if there's not a good or a relevant Black history fact for today, I'm going to look at what was on this day in Black history for yesterday and what was on this day of Black history tomorrow. But I'm always going to make sure you're going to learn today over here. I'll make you laugh. I'm going to cut up about what's going on with the celebrities. But I'm going to tell you what was going on with the leaders of yesterday and the innovators of tomorrow. And that's that. Okay. So that's where we are with that. Tari and Rain Reloaded. Hey, thank you for coming through. Hey, playing in the chat. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Zulocks, but they definitely need to be inserted into your issues under the. Oh, can you please DM me about that, please? Because there are a couple of things I've been gathering for the next issues under the flag. Can you please DM me that? Because I'm not sure who they are. I've never heard of them, but please DM me that. Because there is some new stuff that I need to do. I've seen a couple of news stories that have really disgusted me pertaining to the issues under the flag series. So yeah, that is that. And let me just make sure I've gotten everything. Okay. All right. So we had to get to that. Okay. Let's get into the next thing as we transition out of the Black History moment. And I had to preach. I just had to preach for a small moment. One more story, and then we're pretty much done, and then I'll get into the sticky note and so on and so forth. And let me go ahead and put it on the screen. So here we go with this. You just sent it to my DM. Thank you so much, Torian. And Torian Rain Reloaded, take a note of this channel name on the screen. They have a really good channel, talks about Black issues all the time, live videos, edited videos, all those things. So make sure you subscribe and check out that channel as well. He has a really good, informative channel. And when I say pro-Black, I mean pro-Black, okay? So make sure you check out his channel. So here we go with this story right here. Trans dad got pregnant after a one-night stand during transition. I said, not you trying to get the best of both worlds and you decided on the last day you wanted to spin the block and get your final taste of what was going on. Not that. I know you lying, but you know what? Honestly, I let me tell you something. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You know, there was somebody in the comments that was like, I went to school with a trans, what
what do they call it? Trans woman. If you were born with the penis, oh no, whatever. I went to school with a person like that, and they had a kid. What's the big? There is no big deal. It's just something you don't see every day. So we're gonna stop and stare. And to be honest, we don't care. Like at least I don't care. But we gonna stop and stare because it's abnormal. We not the one carrying, they the one carrying. I don't have to deal with any of that. But don't think that it's not like an accident on the side of the road and I'm driving up the freeway. I'm gonna look like, oh goddamn, look at that. That's something you don't see every day. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. And at the end of the day, they share this shit with the social medias and the whatever so that people can talk about it. And then when people talk about it, what's the big deal? Ain't no big deal. They wanted attention and we're giving it to them. What's next? Stop acting like, don't get me wrong. There's some people who feel like they shouldn't do. Look, it's their body. If they want to be a man, transition to a man, and still utilize their women organs, that's on them. But nigga, I'm gonna talk about it. I don't care. It ain't affecting me. So stop playing these games. You decided to spin a block right before you know what I'm saying? A 36-year-old trans dad from Seattle who identifies as non-binary and queer has been documenting how they took advantage of the body organs they were born with to give birth after a one-night stand during their medical transition. Danny Wakefield came out as a trans masculine, a person assigned female at birth, but who identifies with masculinity when they were 25. They went on a testosterone treatment for 9 years and had a double mastectomy in Florida during the transition. They say, although I identify as trans masculine, and bitch, I ain't never heard trans masculine. I heard transsexual, I heard transgender. Although I identify as trans masculine rather than male, oh, now we really switching the game up. I'm not male, I'm trans masculine. Okay. Although I identify as trans masculine rather than male, people often read me as a cisgender gay man. So I'm aware that it does make me more visible to live in my identity as a trans masculine person. Now, in April of that year, they found out that they were pregnant during a bout with COVID-19 after a one-night stand with an unnamed man. Wilder, whose gender Wakefield has not yet identified, and it's part of their history, was born in 2020. They say, quote, I've known for my entire life that I wanted children, and I knew before I transitioned that I wanted to carry at least one child. I've known for my entire life that I've wanted children. Okay. Often when people are transitioning, they might freeze their eggs. I also thought about how I would feed my baby when I had a double mastectomy. Those small decisions had to be made, and I don't regret them one bit. I don't think I'd be here with Wilder if I hadn't taken care of myself and honored my identity back then. They detailed what it was like to be pregnant during the pandemic, which kept them home instead of going out in public on a regular basis, which, quote, would have been quite different, end quote. Now, despite the sickness, it was the most beautiful thing they said they experienced or that they ever had. They said they'd fallen in love with their body and in ways that they'd never experienced before. Now, Wakefield, who was also a recovering addict. Let me read that again to make sure I'm reading it the right way. This is the man. Okay, they don't identify as male. They identify as trans masculine. Okay, so the trans masculine. Okay. All right. So the trans masculine, who was also a recovering addict,
has amassed over 1 million followers on social media while documenting their parental journey on the website Danny the Trans Dad. Wakefield, who is also a recovering addict, has amassed over 1 million followers on social media while documenting their parental journey on the website Danny the Trans Dad. And on Instagram and TikTok. And see, when your whole identity gotta be that's the problem. When your whole identity gotta be that, he says, quote, they, right? Because the pronoun is confusing because they don't want to be identified as male, but they said that they want to be identified as transmasculine. Quote, just because I don't feel like a woman, that doesn't mean I can't take advantage of the body organs I was born with, end quote. I was born with a uterus, and so the world said I was a girl, but I'm very much not a girl. I'm also not a boy. I'm non-binary. I have the reproductive system that allows me to carry and give birth to a child. So that's what I did. Trans men and non-binary people give birth too. They told Yahoo Life that they were met with snickers from nurses, as well as doubt, disbelief, and a lack of knowledge from doctors ill-equipped to address their needs. In one instance, it took an hour and a half to get them to treat me because they didn't believe I was pregnant. The doctors and nurses would talk quietly among themselves, asking each other questions about me instead of asking me directly, the patient who's sitting right in front of them. We grow up in a world with books from preschool on up that until very recently have not imagined or recently represented the diversity of communities as they are. None of our systems have been designed to delineate from the difference between somebody's gender and somebody's pregnancy capacity. Yeah, because honestly, it's not healthy to be teaching kids, you can be a man, but you can be like, nobody should be teaching that in pre-K, elementary, or middle school. In high school, the kids are going to find out online one way or another anyway. So for you to think that books are going to be teaching kids that men can get pregnant too, like, no, I just don't agree with that. Y'all can call me whatever phobic you want. I do have friends who are part of the LGBT community, but for y'all to be trying to normalize a man getting pregnant because they did some spin around the block, taking hormones, grew a beard, they're transmasculine, whatever, and they spun the block and had a one night stand and got pregnant. For y'all to try to think that, put this in the kid's face. No, you made that decision when you were an adult. That has nothing to do with children. Why do y'all want to teach the children about all of these adult decisions? Stop that shit. That's the problem. And that's why people get uncomfortable sometimes when you have people who identify a certain way trying to get access to children. This is why I have my series called Issues Under the Flag. That's exactly why, because it's strange that you're making all these adult decisions and you bring up children's books and curriculums and shit like that from preschool on up. Why are you talking about preschool when you're a grown man that's gotten pregnant and played these games with genetics and all that, and that's your whole adult choice? It's creepy. It's weird. It's concerning. It's borderline disgusting. We start to wonder about you, and then you call us phobic, and then we end up here. It's trifling. From preschool on up. What does preschool got to do with this? You being a whole grown man getting pregnant. So you want the preschool curriculum to change to say, you want the preschool. Leave the kids out of it. That's the bottom line. And that's what makes it a little creepy, a little predatory, all that stuff. So I guess I'll have a issues under the flag video to do tomorrow or later today on Saturday. A mess. A complete and absolute mess. Mess. Nonetheless, you play on every side of the card. I'm trans masculine, but I'm also a woman and whatever. That's your business. That's your business. Leave the kids out of it. It's too much. So she felt like a woman. She was busting it wide open and got knocked up. Well, it is what it is. So at the end of the day, what are your final thoughts and your unanswered questions about everything we discussed today? We talked about a lot. We talked about P. Diddy, P-E-E, Diddy, and Caresha. We talked about P. Diddy. We talked about Porta Potty Caresha. We talked about Young Thug, Pusha P in the courtroom, along with the other members of YSL and their parents getting arrested for trying to sneak contraband into the courthouse, right? So it literally seems like everybody that's in YSL are literally a bunch of crash dummies. We talked about Wendy Williams' money being back in the news. Like, what's going on with Wendy Williams' money? We went over that. Blind people being racist. Interesting. Turkey Leg Hut and their controversy. And other Black and local news. There was a lot that we got into today. So I'm curious about your final thoughts about all of these situations. Like I was saying earlier today, what's really going to take over the bingo card? Okay? Because look, I've already started my bingo card for this year. Y'all know at the end of the year, it's always a bingo card. And there's the most viral or event or person or thing that stuck out for the most part for each month. It's about the bingo card. So I had already put the MLK statue on the bingo card. Okay? And I felt like, look, we still got 10 days because I did this yesterday. Like I said, we talked about this backstage. We talked about this on Members Only on a 5 o'clock ride yesterday. It's a series that we got backstage that we do around 5 o'clock or whatever. So we talked about this on a 5 o'clock ride yesterday. And I said, we still got some time for something else to take over. Lo and behold, it seemed like, Will P. Diddy and Porta Potty Caresha take the spot of the MLK statue on this year's bingo card for January. And it seems like I might have to go back and edit it, child, because the P. Diddy and Caresha is taking over for the 99s and the 2000s because they working with some P. All right. So, what's going on with the bingo card? Any and all thoughts? Let me know your final your final takes, concerns, comments down below. And look, leave your thoughts down below whether you're on the bus or if you're chasing the bus. If you're chasing the bus, it means that you're watching the replay and you didn't catch us live, which means you missed the bus. And that's okay. But if you're on the bus, let me know how you feel in the chat. If you're chasing the bus still, I encourage you to comment down below. Yes, I did hear about that. And I'll probably talk about that tomorrow on Issues Under the Flag. I had already added a good amount of stories onto this show, so I didn't want to I had to hurry up and go live. Sometimes I can try to put too many stories onto the show, and that's why we're sitting here 4 hours right now. But I did hear about that, and I do plan on talking about it as well. Trifling. And I'll more than likely be talking about that later on today. Okay. But let me know how y'all feel about the bingo card. What are your final thoughts? What are your unanswered questions? Okay. You know, I'll share mine while you comment yours down below. You know, when it comes to Caresha really deciding to be P. Diddy's toilet, Caresha has decided to be P. Diddy's toilet. And at first, I was rooting for her. I'm just like, okay, he's your sugar daddy and or y'all aren't exclusive. Diddy has made that known, like y'all not exclusive, even though it seems like Diddy wants her to be exclusive to him while he does whatever he wants to do. If you're getting $500,000 a month, if you're getting the relevancy, if you're getting the visibility, Caresha's rap talent, music talent is not going to carry her. There is no longevity there. It's not. So getting help from Diddy, I feel like it's mutually beneficial for them, their union, right? He gets to tap into a younger fan base and a younger audience, and Caresha gets the funding and the visibility. Hell, Diddy is even buying Caresha awards for the show. She's 6 episodes in on a podcast and wins like best podcast. It doesn't make sense. Diddy bought her that, right? And while I don't feel like that's right, what I'm saying is Caresha's getting a certain amount of perks that she would never get otherwise outside of Diddy. And so outside of the golden showers, okay, and the pee play, I was just like, girl, do what you got to do. You get $500,000 a month or however much a month. He dealing with other people. Caresha don't strike me as the type of person where she's exclusive to Diddy while Diddy does whatever. I just feel like Diddy is public with the other people that he messes with, and Caresha messes with other people too. But I find it really unfortunate that people got the, you know, like I said, Glorilla was talking about she like her man to nut on her fries. You got Caresha talking about liking golden showers, meaning Diddy, you know, pees on her or whatever the case is. It's really unfortunate when a young, beautiful 28-year-old in her peak has to rely on stuff like that. And there's no such thing as secrets anymore in the celebrity world. There's no such thing as shame anymore in the celebrity world. And I think it's unfortunate, whether it's a lie or not. It seemed true to me, but even if it's not true, you got to admit to make up egregious things of that nature in order to get on. Y'all done threw dignity, secrets, and shame out of the window. And I wish y'all would bust a U-turn and spin the block and go back and pick it up. Because there's something that's not right there with that. There's something that's not right there with that, in my opinion. That's just me. And that's just what I've noticed about celebrities. I don't even understand how they feel like it's worth it to degrade themselves in that way in order to be popular or put on or what have you. Okay? Porta Potty Caresha is her new name, in my opinion. PP Diddy and Porta Potty Caresha. Okay? Young Thug pushing P in the courtroom. Look, any and all hope that you had about Young Thug and that brother's freedom, give it up and let it go because it's gone. They sitting up there pushing P and pushing perks in the courtroom. It's over. They were already about to throw the book at him. And they sitting up there doing that in the courtroom. Give it up. Wendy Williams' money is going to shit. It's not necessarily going, but her husband is still trying to take her money because he's a lazy POS. And that's that. Turkey Leg Hut got some nerve with them stolen turkey wings. Hashtag stolen turkey wings because they ain't paid for them. And that's pathetic. Oh, it's black business. They trying to take a black man down. No, you owe U.S. Food Service $1.1 million. You selling stolen turkey wings. And you want me broke because I ain't tried one yet. I'll be damned. Blind people being racist. You know, it's a lot going on. So this was a really good show. Okay. This was a really good show. It was a really diverse show. It ran a little longer than I wanted it to, but I'm really satisfied and I'm glad and I'm proud of this show. What I will ask for you all to do, check out the last couple of videos that I did, specifically the Bank of America one. The Bank of America one, if you don't know, if you're a Bank of America customer, Bank of America had a lot of people's accounts in the negative for no reason of the customers at all. So what I did was I got a person who is a former Bank of America manager on the line to explain the ins and outs of Bank of America, how and why they're so cruddy, and their prediction as to how and why this happened, and also some suggestions as to what we should do with our money to prevent or alleviate us from having to experience deficits like this at the hand and the fault of Bank of America or any other financial institution. It was a really good, informative show that I did, and I knew it wasn't going to do that well in numbers, and that's okay. Right? People want to hear about celebrity dirt and gossip and Caresha getting peed on more than they want to hear about how to protect their money that they got sitting in these banks that are going to play these games with them like that. But if you could go back and look at that video or send it to somebody, even if you don't bank with Bank of America, check out that video because it's really, really, really important. The financial literacy, the economy is literally on the brink of crashing, but that's a whole nother conversation. They trying to get rid of the IRS. Don't get me wrong. That would do some of us good, right? No more taxes. But the U.S. is in a lot of hot water right now pertaining to the way they do or don't manage their money. So we're on the brink of a financial crisis, and you need to know all of your options outside of just keeping your money in the bank. It's basic. You need to find new creative ways to keep and store and amplify your funds. And most importantly, protect your funds. You need to understand how to do that. We are in a crisis right now. We are in a financial crisis here in the United States. You don't gotta listen if you don't want to, but I put the information out there and I did my due diligence. I'll take a step back from talking about celebrities. I'll talk about Black history. I'll talk about financial literacy and how us as Black people are at a specific type and a different type of disadvantage when it comes to keeping our money safe. There's a whole nother different type of discrimination and shit that we aren't privy to based off of who we are as people. But look, it is what it is. Okay? It is what it is. Okay? Samantha Edit said, you've got a lot from this video to post over the night. I know. If I could like download this video and cut it up, I would have a lot. I would. And I do plan on doing it. That's why I wish I had help, child. I wish I had somebody on the back end, like an assistant who could take my video and be like, boom, here's this chunk. All you got to do is slap my intro and my outro on it, send it to me or whatever, and I would pay them. Okay. So I'm low key looking for an assistant. Let me put my email banner up, child. Where's my email? If you want to be an assistant, and if you just know the basics of editing, I'm not saying you gotta know how to do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I'm really specifically looking for somebody that can just chop up some of my long live stream videos. Please hit me up. Please hit me up and send me an email, and we can talk and work things out. I'll send you the intro, send you the outro, and we can do some things. Okay? So, with all that being said, this has been such an amazing show. I've never been more proud of myself. And this is probably one of the best shows that I've done. Although it's long, it's probably one of the best shows that I've done, I can say, because I'm really hard on myself. The last live that I did was several topics. The live right before the Bank of America live, I wasn't that proud of myself. I felt like the live started off great, but it didn't. This is not about me picking myself apart. All I'll say is I'm really hard on myself. Okay. So this was a really good live, and I'm glad that you all are here. Okay. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Look, I gave you my final thoughts. I gave you my unanswered questions. Comment yours down below, and I passed the question off to you. What are your thoughts, and where do you land with all of the topics that we were able to discuss today? Okay. So here's what we are going to do. Be sure to tag me in all of your favorite trending topics on Twitter. You can tag me on Instagram too, but just understand I'm on Twitter more than anything. Okay. What we're going to do right now. Ooh, the Samantha edit. Then we got a conversation to have. Ooh, we got a conversation to have. Be sure to tag me in all of your favorite trending topics on Instagram and on Twitter. Asterisk Twitter. Okay. What we're going to do right now is we're going to get into the sticky note. Don't forget, when I come on, I want to open the phone lines more often. Okay. I'm not going to open them right now, but I opened them earlier. We did have a caller that called in, but I want to have more and more people that call in. Okay. So we're going to get into the sticky note. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and play this, which is kind of like a thank you to all of my channel members and people who are a part of the membership. Throw up your special emojis while we play this. Shout out to everybody who caught the 5 o'clock ride yesterday, which is a members only series and segment. And we're going to be right back with the sticky note, and we're going to get out of here. I held y'all through. If y'all working y'all overnight shift, if y'all was working late, whatever the case is, I'm glad I was able to provide some entertainment, some commentary, some news, celebrity stuff, serious stuff, disease stuff. Baby, we talked about gonorrhea and everything. A new strain of gonorrhea that is not uncurable, or that's not the word. It's not affected by the child. We went through the story. I can't get the terminology right, but we went through it. Put your special emojis in the chat. If you're not a channel member, just drop some pancakes. We'll be right back with the sticky note. And we're going to get on up out of here. This was an amazing show.
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black. And she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
So wait a minute, you ain't joined the channel yet so that you can access special perks over here with the plainest Jane?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Ooh, watch this. Hey, I'm the plainest Jane. I'm a cultural commentator and informant, and I provide sticky coverage on trending stories, black news, black culture, and everyday topics with a sticky, abstract perspective. So get familiar with the perks. I've carefully curated all of these things, and it's just a little exclusive glaze to amplify the way that you express yourself. So get comfortable, get used to our official emoji over here. That is the pancake stack, because it's always sticky in Hollywood and in real life, and especially when you spend the time over here with the plainest Jane. Like I said, I hope you enjoy the exclusive glaze that I've provided for you to amplify the way you express yourself, and I hope you enjoy the digital vibe. Hey, listen, I always want you to keep it sticky, but be sure to think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me or anybody else. But most importantly, I hope that you're feeling all right, and hopefully you've had some time to tackle some of your invisible problems. I know I got a couple of new subscribers, and I just want to say thank y'all. I really do appreciate you. And if you're not quite feeling all right, this channel right here, once you join, it's going to help you kick back and decompress always, but it'll also keep you in the know with what's happening with the best black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. So again, get comfortable. The first drink is on me, all right? Act like you got some sense, and I'll see you around. But don't forget to keep it sticky 24/7 by following me on Instagram, but hit that notification bell so that you always know when I upload and you get your dose of syrup first. Now, with all that stickiness being said, the most important thing I want you to remember about this neck of the woods and the plainest Jane is Black Lives Matter. And if you don't agree,
buy pumpkin. That would take you out. I don't play that shit.
Now you gotta go for real.
It's just that simple. Hey, look, whether you join or not, I do want you to stay beautiful, black, and blessed. And just know I appreciate your support. I'm your girl, the plainest Jane. And let's see what's happening in these virtual streets. You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now.
All right, and we are back. So let's get into the sticky note. Y'all know the sticky note is just a motivational note that I've crafted. I've crafted my own motivational notes. I do a lot of writing. I write to myself in my journal, aka my diary, preparing for my lawsuit to get fired, child, because I was writing about P. Diddy. My diary, journal, planner, whatever. I write a lot to myself. I talk a lot to myself. I'm very expressive. I always have been. I'll tell my birth story on another day. But I came out the womb talking, literally. They hadn't even pulled me all the way out yet, and I was talking. Great grandmother sitting over there. Oh Lord, she gonna be a talker. Yeah, I'm a talker. And so when I motivate myself with my words, I'm my own life coach. Sometimes I'm hard on myself. Sometimes I realize I'm too hard on myself and I need to be a little bit gentle, and it's about a balance. But with the way in which, in the words that I use to motivate myself, I write them down. Sometimes I tweet them, and I realize that when I share them, they motivate and they encourage other people as well. And so that's what the sticky notes are, and that's what they are about. And here is today's sticky note. It's about miserable people, right? And realizing who, when, and where you should be sharing your happiness with, right? And this is something you have to think about, right? Misery will always be offended by confidence and a wealth of excitement. Misery will always be offended by confidence and a wealth of excitement. Don't ever make yourself small, but do take note on the company and the rooms in which you'll have the best experience spreading your wings and flourishing as your full self. And here is the reason why. Some people and some environments would rather set you back and see you small because it makes them feel better about their mediocrity. They're complacent. And they will project their insecurities onto you if you let them. You need to stay cognizant. And I'm going to say that again because you really need to catch on, because you have to realize there's nothing wrong with being excited about what you're doing or what you got going on, or some good news you just got. There's nothing wrong with being excited, but you can't share that excitement with everybody. I learned that at a young age. But I had to relearn it a couple times in my adulthood as well. Sometimes you learn lessons, sometimes you forget the lessons, and sometimes you got to relearn again. Getting excited in front of any and everyone, letting your good news out the bag in front of people who really don't, you might not even know that they don't want to necessarily see you enthusiastic. They don't want to see you happy. And so sharing that good news in front of somebody when they got something negative to say. Misery will always be offended by confidence and a wealth of excitement. It bothers them. It triggers them. They don't have it, so they don't want you to have it. Don't ever make yourself small. And just because you're not sharing happiness or good news around somebody, it doesn't mean that you're making yourself small. It means you're being selective about who you're sharing your positivity with. But don't ever make yourself small for miserable people who are offended by confidence or wealth or of excitement. But do take note on the company and the rooms in which you will have the best experience with spreading your wings and flourishing as your full self. Some people and some environments, they'd rather set you back and see you small because it makes them feel better about their mediocre stance and placement in life. They're complacent and they'll project their insecurities onto you if you let them. Stay cognizant. every now and then when you get excited in front of a new person or a new environment, sometimes you do have to be excited, but also peep the reactions of the people around you. Are they giving you like fake laughs, fake smile? Are they giving you a, good for you? But what if it go wrong though? But how you know, do they have a negative? Every now and then you have to be vigilant and you have to stay cognizant of people's reactions to you being excited about a next level or something that is positively serving you that they don't have access to. So I know it sucks. It seems like work because you should be able to trust that if and when you're getting excited about a new level or some good news, you should just be able to get excited and that be that. But you can't just loosely get excited in front of everybody because they'll try to kill it because that's them projecting their misery onto you. So I'm not saying make yourself small. I'm not saying don't ever get excited. Just don't give your wealth of excitement or your confidence or your good news in front of the wrong people who might kill it. Because those are the people who, whether they try to kill it in your face by trying to talk you out of doing it or saying that or suggesting that you're not capable, going behind the scenes and trying to create a detour to that. There's a lot of different ways people can try to project their misery onto you. So just be careful and be cognizant. Don't make yourself small because you can be full and big by yourself or around other people that you know you trust and you love. But like I said, some environments will rather set you back and see you small because it makes them feel better about their mediocrity. And so sometimes you have to take inventory about who and what environments you decide to share your good news and really let your wealth of excitement and confidence exude. And so that's the sticky note of the day. And that's what it is. And look, if it resonated with you, be sure to comment down below. I'm doing me, so I know it's real. If this sticky note touched somebody, comment down below in the chat or the comments, I'm doing me, so I know it's real. I know I've had to learn this lesson and relearn this lesson. You'll get to know people and think that they really want the best for you, and sometimes they don't. And it's not a fear-mongering tactic. It's just how many times does the word or consideration of friends go wrong? How many times? How many? This is one of them sticky notes that hit. This is one of my best sticky notes yet. Okay? It's the truth. Okay? So, let me know how you feel about it. I used to be really good and really consistent, and I'm going to try to get back into it. I used to post a lot of the sticky notes on the community tab. Make sure you consistently check the community tab. I'm going to do the best that I can do to get back into posting the sticky notes consistently on the community tab more often. Okay, because sometimes I'm reading from the community tab. Other times I'm reading something that I haven't put on the community tab yet. And I might give it to you verbally and then put it on the community tab the next day. But I did used to post them more frequently there. But nonetheless, you still want to make sure you're checking out the community tab anyway. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Check out the community tab. Okay. But this was a really good show. If you're an Aquarius, this new moon is an Aquarius. Take advantage of this energy. Start spring cleaning now. I'm an Aquarius. My birthday is coming up. My birthday is, what's today? The 15 days away. My birthday is 15 days away. So, yeah, my birthday is coming up soon. And, yeah. So that is that. There's a lot of people saying I'm doing me. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. This is definitely one of my better sticky notes than anything. And y'all know I'm really hard on myself. So so that's that. Let me just stop right there. Because I'll pick myself apart in a heartbeat. But Listen, y'all, like I said, be sure, excuse me, I'm sorry. Be sure to tag me. I belch a lot. Be sure to tag me in all of your favorite trending topics on Twitter. You can tag me on Instagram as well, but understand that I'm on Twitter more than anything. Okay? Look, thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for checking the community tab. And most importantly, thank you all for subscribing to my backup channel. It's linked down below at The Plainest Jane. Okay? Now, also, if you are interested in makeup, drop a lipstick tube if you are into makeup. Like, if you're heavy, still into makeup. Now, obviously, I'm into a little bit of makeup. Y'all know my channel started off as a makeup channel. Put a lipstick tube. I'm not going to continue until I at least see one lipstick tube, because there's got to be one woman in my chat that enjoys makeup. Put a lipstick tube down below in the chat if you are into makeup. And I'm going to just sit still and drink out my little Jasmine Made It cup. Where y'all at? Y'all not nowhere? Well, okay.
Get into this Black-owned business, stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Y'all asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat, and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
Okay, and don't forget to use code Jane for 10% off your order of any total. Okay, don't forget. I saw some people in the chat said, I can't find a lipstick emoji. That's okay. See, it's not that I'm like am I still a makeup? I think I'm still like low-key a makeup fanatic, just not as much as I used to be. But even if you just wear a little bit, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The very first link in my description box is a link to a channel that talks about makeup all the time. Okay. Ulta, Sephora, they talk about makeup. They also talk about high-end fragrances as well. So check out Deeper Than Skin Deep. That is her channel. It is the very first channel linked in this description box. Okay. Click the very first link. And I'm like, you want to treat yourself every now and then, once a month. You want to get a high-end makeup product or a high-end fragrance or whatever the case is. Not to mention, there's also, she talks about high-end skincare as well. And that's something I'm not into. Now, I'm into like basic skincare, and I am into skincare, but not high-end skincare. Now, I'm into high skin and drugstore makeup, although I do dabble into high-end for the most part. But I still, you know, most of the stuff that I use is either MAC or Smashbox, Estee Lauder. Most of the stuff I use is from Ulta. So I guess I am still a high-end makeup kind of gal, but not like high-end in the sense of Tom Ford, YSL, and stuff like that. Like I you know, that's just like not my, you know, like what I'm into. However, this is a really good channel that I do recommend you subscribe to. Go check her out. Do subscribe to Deeper Than Skin Deep. And here's the thing. When and if you subscribe, when you subscribe, click on her latest video, whatever video you click on, whether it be a short or a video, and drop some pancakes and let her know that Jane sent you.
Okay. Let her know that Jane sent you because she is very knowledgeable. I watch her channel. I've seen a lot of the things that she's done. She didn't even know I was in her bushes when she hit me up. And you definitely want to make sure you check out that channel. Okay. The last thing that I wanted to say is if you have anything that you're looking to sell, something that you want to advertise, okay, make sure you email me at yt.theplainestjane.com if you are looking for advertising space. If you want to, you might have a new single out, a website, a business, a product, a service that you want to put out. Send me an email because you can advertise over here with the Plainest Jane. Send me an email. We can talk about my rates, and you can get over here. And it's a very budget friendly situation. So I talk about makeup, and I recommend you to this woman's channel because she is really good at what she does. Those of y'all who know my story, my first channel got deleted when I was at 102,000 subscribers, and I started off as a makeup channel. Okay, I started off as a makeup channel, and as my interests changed a little bit because I was a professional makeup artist at one point, I switched into commentary, but I still very much love makeup, but I only use a little bit of it. I literally just put a little bit under my eyes, do a little bit of blush, and go on about my day. But I still like makeup, you know. So makeup still has a place in my heart, okay? So if I'm recommending somebody to you for and about makeup, it ain't somebody that's for no reason. Like they know what they talking about, they know what they doing, and they have a certain level of expertise. So that's why I recommend Deeper Than Skin Deep. Like I said, it's the very first link in the description box. Make sure you check her out. Drop some pancakes in her comments if and when you subscribe. Okay. You can do a skincare without wearing makeup. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, when we did the 5 o'clock ride yesterday, I did the 5 o'clock ride and I ain't have on no makeup. And that's pretty much what the 5 o'clock ride is going to be. It's not going to be about me trying to look cute. You know, the 5 o'clock ride is about me getting fresh off work and being like, yeah, this is what's going on social media. And that's a backstage members only type of thing. So I'm excited about the future of the 5 o'clock ride series in general. Okay. Because I know it's going to be good. Because when I get off work, I be really excited about everything I've seen online and on social media and things of that nature. So skincare is really important. While makeup is something that women really care about, skincare is really important because it's really the first step and the most important step when it comes to you wanting your skin to look good with makeup. So like I said, follow your girl, subscribe to your girl, Deeper Than Skin Deep, because she's really knowledgeable. She's really knowledgeable and she's really good with what she's talking about. So you can find her link down below in the description box, the very first link down below. Okay. So drop some pancakes when you subscribe so that she know where the subscribers are coming from that I sent her. Okay. Licorice that I just subbed. I'll check her out. Yeah, I don't do foundation either. Foundation annoys me. I can't stand having something like all over my face. It feels uncomfortable. I feel like I look pretty without anything, but even when I'm just putting something on my eyes or whatever, and even like you can see the impurities of my skin. I feel like that's what looks a little bit better when it comes to natural makeup. Is there's a sheer aspect to it or a certain aspect where you can see the impurities. It makes it more real. It makes it more believable. Like, let's get real. If I was on TV, they wouldn't be having the way my skin looks. You can see redness here and discoloration and stuff. But for people like you and me, I'm relatable to y'all. Like, y'all understand that my skin is not going to be perfect. It's not going to be airbrushed. It's not going to be like all one color. And I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. And I'm confident with that. So I really don't care about the norms of, and that's kind of like why I got out of doing makeup as a professional makeup artist. I prefer being natural.
people can look at me and see that I might have a little bit of makeup on, but they might still be able to tell that I have good skin, or tell that I'm natural and I don't really need it. Because they're like, if you can see the redness here and discoloration in other places, then you know I'm not putting it everywhere, and you like, even subconsciously, like, you know something. Like, damn, she pretty, and I can still see some redness here and this, that, and I'm still pretty. And I'm still pretty. So that's that. So, it's, it's a different. It's kind of like them Instagram things. Y'all get so caught up on these BBLs killing y'all. These BBLs be having y'all food and the filters, and then y'all see a picture of Mary J. Blige on the beach, and y'all want to pick it apart because she got that big old ass and she got a couple of dimples in the butt, and she still look good to be that age and for whatever. Because y'all forget what a natural body look like, what a natural person look like. Like, nah. And that's why sometimes I put down my baby hairs, and sometimes I do some slick, and other times I don't. If would I look a bit more slick if I slick down my baby hairs right now? Yeah. But sometimes that's a European beauty, that's a European beauty standard. That now sometimes when my hair grow out and I have a lot of new growth, let's say when I take out my 2 strands, which I'm probably going to do this weekend, sometimes I will slick down my baby hairs to put a scarf on or whatever, just because it's done grown out a certain amount and da 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 da. But to feel like I need to slick down my baby hairs every day to get a little, it's too much. People be acting like they forget what embracing what natural hair looks like. And this is what natural hair looks like for me. And I'm not finna do all that for y'all, for me, for my real life, for nobody else. I'm not finna do it. Y'all either gonna take me as I am. What's that Mary J. Blige song? Mary J. Blige got this song that's Take Me As I Am or Nothing at All. Oh, no. Wait, I'm about to pull it up on them. Because if I hear one note, I'm going to know how it go. Or have none. Take me as I am, or have nothing at all. All I had to listen to was that little bit of piano, and I remembered how the song went. So take me as I am, or have nothing at all. That's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Whether I got on makeup or not. I mean, and all I do is put a little bit of powder under my eyes, throw on a little bit of blush, and go on about my business. I don't conceal my little bit of rosacea here, you know what I'm saying, or any other discoloration that I have, because I just like, take it or leave it. I'm not picture perfect. I ain't got my teeth done with the got a bag and I don't got my teeth done with the white teeth and all that. I don't, I have decent teeth. But take me as I am or have nothing at all. That's how I feel. We need to get more used to normalizing our natural features as Black people. And I got some nappy hair. I've always had nappy hair. Always had thick and a lot of nappy hair that's been unruly and difficult to maintain. That's why I locked it. And I'm not finna slick my edges down all the time. Now, every now and then I will, when I'm in between getting my hair done, and I'm like, oh, it be bad. Sometimes I will literally go 4 months without getting a retwist. That's a lot of new growth, you know what I'm saying? And so slicking down my edges in the front is all I really need to do, with putting a little scarf or something on to conceal it a little bit, if you will. Well, that's the only reason I do that sometimes, is because I don't get my hair retwisted all the time. And sometimes it's good to not get your hair retwisted all the time, because people that get their hair retwisted every 6 weeks or whatever, they always got this tension, which may lead to balding for them. So I don't mind going 4 months without getting my hair done sometimes. So it is what it is. What's the difference between skincare and makeup? Skincare is how you care for your skin to be healthy when you don't have makeup. And having good skin is the best base. They call it a base or an empty canvas for you to apply your makeup on top of. And if you have a good base, if you have a good and healthy base that you've been taking care of, it might be drinking a certain amount of water. It might be your skincare routine. It might be using Noxema every morning or night, or one or the other. It might be the serums that you use. Taking care of your skin is different than applying makeup. Those are two totally different, I don't want to say rituals, but routines. So skincare is, literally just that, skin care. It's taking care of your skin, no makeup involved. And sometimes it involves going for a certain period of time, days, without any makeup. And that's why sometimes y'all don't see me live. I'll be gone for like 5 days and I won't be on here. And trust believe, within them 5 days, I ain't wearing not a lick of. Honestly, the only time I apply makeup is to go live and to be on camera here for y'all. Because the camera will pick up on anything. And sometimes I can look at myself in the mirror with no makeup and then get on camera with no makeup, and it look 80 times worse. So sometimes I only put on makeup for the sake of the camera. But also I do have this underlying love for makeup and different products. So I like the process, but it takes me 6 minutes to put my makeup on, because I'm literally not doing anything, because this is my makeup desk as well. I'm not doing anything but, here's the brush. I'm taking my little bit of powder and I custom mix my powder. Child, what am I trying to do? I custom mix my powder. I take my little bit of loose powder in my brush. I dab it under my eye. I take my other brush. I put my blush on. And then I take this brush right here and I put my highlighter on. And I'm done. It takes me 6 minutes. I literally don't wear much. My powder is under my eyes and it comes down here. I don't do much. So skincare and makeup are literally two different things, but they do go hand in hand though. And it'd be best if you were better or more efficient at your skincare than your makeup. You can be good at makeup all you want, but if you got pimples, you're not cleaning your brushes. Dirty brushes can give you acne. They can break you out. And then you got to worry about the texture of current or former pimples, covering up the scars of older pimples because you're not necessarily being as clean with your brushes. Also, skincare is about having a good moisturizer as well. Makeup goes into having a good primer. Two different things, similar but different depending on how far apart you do your skincare and your makeup. Yeah, so thanks for the question, because everybody isn't as knowledgeable about those two different things. But please believe the best and the most primary thing, the best tool you can have to doing good makeup is having good skin and focusing on what good skin care is for you. And sometimes staying hydrated is key, and a lot of other stuff as well. And staying moisturized. Understanding what type of skin you have. Do you have dry skin, combination skin, or oily skin? And I realized for me this year, this is the first year that I went through dry skin phases, where I've always had either oily or combination skin. But this is the first year where I've actually had legitimate flaky patches based off how cold it has been here in Baltimore. So I had to find
heavier creams to not apply all over my face, but just to certain places that literally wanted to be flaky. So yeah, I could talk all day about skincare. If you can't hear, I could talk all day about skincare and makeup. I could, but it's a thing. Okay. It is a thing. Adriana's report is in the building. What else is going on? Okay, so I think I got to everybody and everything, and I think it's time to go. I did the sticky note. The makeup will look better as long as your skincare. Yeah. Not only will the makeup look better when you don't have on the makeup and you're just living your life without makeup, you'll look better. But let me tell you the one of the biggest keys to skincare, being happy, being legitimately happy with your life. This goes into your psychological stuff and all that. Being legitimately happy with your life, you'll look better. I've noticed that. When you're sad, miserable and depressed, you go and you look in the mirror, your skin don't look as good. When you're satisfied with your life and its placement and where you're going and what you plan on doing, your skin looks better because you feel better, and there's a certain glow about you that is exuding from you. So don't fade the psychological effects, right? If you're depressed and down and you in bed all day long, skincare products won't save you. There's still some of that that's going to read. And I've realized that even if you might even be slacking on your skincare routine, but if you're genuinely happy with your life, like really proud of yourself, and there's not a whole, you keeping your stress down to a bare minimum, your skin is going to reflect that too. Your skin is going to reflect that. So don't fade the happiness and the glow and the self-satisfaction and being proud of yourself based off of what you're doing with your life and how you're making yourself feel. Don't fade that either. Okay, because looking at yourself in the mirror with no makeup when you're really happy with yourself, it's a different kind of joy. I'm almost about to get emotional about it. There's a different type of joy that you feel when you're happy with yourself and you look in the mirror with no makeup. I mean, like it's a different type of beauty that makeup can't even give you sometimes. To be honest. Don't fade that either. So, it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, skincare is proactive. It's daily habits. Yeah. It's definitely something that you got to do consistently, which can be hard sometimes. At least it's hard for me. I've always had good skin. But I do have sometimes where I wish I would have been more consistent with certain protocols and things. Yeah, but skincare is definitely more proactive and about your routine more than anything. Even if you get $100 product, they got this cream called La Mer and Nordstrom. It's $100. You can't just remember to put La Mer on a tub smaller than this. Okay, $100. Matter of fact, same size as this. $100. You can't just remember to put that on 2 times a month and expect to have good skin. It has to be a consistent thing. Every day. And that can be hard for some people to remember and to create that routine. Okay. So it is what it is. Listen, you guys, don't forget to do something to decompress today. Don't forget to subscribe to my backup channel. Okay. I can talk about skincare all day long, but listen, go over here to get more skincare tips. And for the ladies, more makeup tips. Deeper Than Skin Deep. Her channel is bomb. Do you hear what I'm saying? And it's the very first link
click the very first link that you see in the description box. And like I said, when you go over there and you click on that, click on our channel, subscribe, click on whatever video you want to click on, the first one you see or whatever, drop some pancakes and let her know who sent you. Okay? But nonetheless, thank y'all so much for watching. Thank y'all so much for checking out the community tab. Okay? We're at 27.2 thousand subscribers, and that means so much to me. I appreciate you all subscribing to the backup channel. If you haven't already, it's also linked down below. That's the second link in the description box. You'll see at TPJ Network. That is the backup channel. You know, YouTube can take a black sister out whenever they want to. So don't forget to do something to decompress today. Even if you late getting to this video, baby, rewind it, sit back and relax and listen to me talk about them stolen turkey wings. Let me know your thoughts on all of the topics and neighborhoods that we passed through today on the bus. Make sure you keep it sticky and real down below in them comments, even if you just checking out the replay, which means you missed the bus and you didn't catch it live. So without further ado, okay, did I get everybody in the chat? Just a tea, please. Hey. Oh, it's the last link? Okay. I use Fenty skincare. I'm trying to get some Fenty skincare. I haven't bought it yet. What you put in your body is important. That's true. Listen, you guys. Thank you all for being here. Happy Saturday. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, it is technically Saturday. Happy Friday/Saturday. Listen, make sure you subscribe and look, thumbs up or down. Either way, trust me, I do appreciate it. And be sure to hit that notification bell so that you don't miss out on any of the celebrity or trending syrup, because you know things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. And don't forget to drop some pancake emojis down below in the comments. Now listen, stickies, y'all stay beautiful, black, and blessed. Until the next video. I'm going to catch y'all next time. Deuces.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.